Hello, hello everyone. Ephraim, okay, je suis là. We're starting in French already. Thomas Bond said, I read Germinal at first and now I'm confused. This is going to be about Germans. Oh no, Lenore says, hey Germinal, I'm excited to catch your first stream. Hope it goes well. Thank you. Yeah, it's not Mr. Canvas anymore, is it? I had to refigure everything, which means I don't know if chat's gonna work, and I don't know if everything, which things are gonna work in general. I don't know if chat's gonna work, and I don't know if everything, which things are gonna work in general. It might be a bit more intimate and cozy here. Things are gonna work in general. And that doesn't mean we're not gonna have fun. It means we're gonna have even more fun. Hello, Roby. That doesn't mean we're not gonna always Mr. Canvas man in your heart. Happy to be in your heart. Roby. Is there an echo again? How embarrassing. All right. I took it out. I'm sorry. That's how we start. It's gone. It's gone. I hope so. Trauma says, uh-oh, Trauma. Hello. Lenore says, I sound like Sean from the Canvas. Are you ready to have some kind of reveal here? I am Sean from the Canvas. Haha. I got you. Chat's working, which is great. Glad to have you in chat. Welcome to Germinal. our new streaming channel. The reason why I want to put it, I want to do streams here is because I really want to keep the Canvas with video essays and all. We're gonna leave that for video essays. Yeah. Streaming is definitely not for everyone, and I think that putting the stream and the putting stream on the same channel as I put my segments is probably the best way to echo again. I don't believe you. You're trolling. Grinning guys. Hello, grinning guys. First time I see you in chat. How could we be bamboozled like this? You know, I have many tricks up my sleeve, and that's one of them. But yeah, I wanted to keep the streaming here. Hello, militant pacifist. Good day. I wanted to keep the streaming here because on the main channel, I really want to keep it like the main videos, and that's it. One of the reasons for that is because I'm not really sure or certain how live streams affect the algorithm, and the algorithm for my channel, at least on the Canvas, has not been very generous lately, and I'm thinking maybe I should stop streaming on that channel. Maybe it's not good for the algorithm. I don't know how the algorithm works. Nobody does. Oh, Trauma says it's been a long time since I could catch a stream. I'm excited. I'm very happy you're excited. I'm also excited. And Godspeed Yuzbeev is here in chat as well. Hello. There's a couple of things I wanted to talk about today. One of them is the a claim that I've had many times in the comments of my video. Milton Pacifist says, but streaming on the Canvas is praxis. See, I thought about that. I was like, maybe that's praxis. Maybe it's good, right? Getting a lot of people that we don't know or blah 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 to be introduced to more radical things. But when I did the gay stream, I lost like 800 subscribers. People don't like the gays, I guess. So I'm like, we're gonna talk about the gays in videos, and people might be more charitable to watch them than a live stream. I don't fucking know. But in either case, I'm doing stream mostly for fun. and I'm doing it for the community that I really, really love, and all that. Trauma says, I love the gays. I also love the gays. William Miller, hello, William Miller. Jubran Almari says, hello, Jubran. But yeah, I've the investigation that we're going to do today is an investigation that I've done a while ago and I wasn't convinced by the conclusions or by the claims that I was investigating, and they keep creeping up as in my comment sections still. So I was thinking I would like to maybe revisit, but on stream with all of you, and we'll look into the claims that a couple of comments I've had made, and see if I was right in dismissing them, or if they're actually right, if they're true. Casually says, if you're moving to this channel for live streams exclusively, do you plan to lean into cross promotion, or do you plan to let the community foster from its current state? Good question. I don't know. I don't know. I plan on hey, chat, the chat's not working. Let's change. Oh, did that work? I don't know. I might mention the live stream from time to time on the main channel and the second channel, but I would like the community to foster from its current state. I think that would be really, really cool to just do its own thing, and to we've had like the base. You are the base of this channel, of the live stream, and maybe we can grow from here instead of relying on the main channel. It's two very different kind of audiences, I believe. Yeah, yeah, you guys are very based. But it's two very different different audiences, and there is some overlap, but in either case, I don't know. I don't think I would like too big of a stream anyway. Like thousands of viewers. I can barely keep up with chat when there's I could barely keep up with chat with with the numbers I had on the canvas. And I want to keep up with chat. I like keeping up with you guys. That's the whole point of streaming. Hello, Sneaky Revenant. Happy to see you in chat. All right. So before getting to, I like to be noticed. You are noticed. Don't worry about it. There's something I used to do on streams that I stopped doing for many different reasons. I usually opened up stream by talking about, one of the things I used to do was talking about the movies I watched since last stream. I was thinking of doing more streams during the week when I get bored. Johan Montero, hello Johan. And Stacat, greeting friends. Look at all of you making yourself comfortable on the second channel. Very glad to see it. Making yourself cozy, making yourself at home. A clumsy artist as well. Glad to see you. See you all jumping the boat from the canvas to here. All right. Oh yeah. So what did I do this week? That's one thing I like to talk about. I like to talk about what I did this week. I worked on let's say halfway done through the script for the next video, which I can spoil to my chat here. Next video will be on wage slavery. I've talked about it in Discord as well. And I'll be talking about wage slavery, which is kind of a controversial. It's a very sensitive topic, and I'm surprise. The video opens up with like not an hour, like a page long of like warnings, such as slavery is bad, actually. So when I'm talking about slavery, it's not to justify slavery or to equate it to wage labor. Anyway, I'm not going to spoil too much, but I've been working on that. Andy May says, hi. Hello, Andy May. Welcome. Casually says, is this on the canvas? Yeah, but that's like my main, that's what I'm working on. It's like my next video essay. Lenore says, but I thought we're all pro-slavery here. First, Lenore is kind of into slavery, but like the consensual slavery. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the kind of we're talking about the bad kind of slavery. In Discord, I talked a bit about my about wage slavery, and how there were some arguments from slave owners that capitalism is worse off than slavery. So slave owners saw capitalism coming from the north, and they were like, holy shit, this is pretty bad. Not only bad for, and some slave owners genuinely thought that capitalism was really, really bad for the working class, for poorer people, and their solution or their alternative was slavery. And they were giving arguments as to why slavery treated people better than capitalism does. We kind of brushed on that really, really quickly on those arguments, which are bad arguments, they're wrong, but it's still interesting to delve into that kind of thought process coming from slave owners from the time. Then the motherfuckers in Discord were kind of convinced by that. Ugh. Casually says, oh shit, I figured the canvas was just for art essays, lol, my bad. Yeah, we're kind of in a crisis of identity on YouTube. All right, now Germinal is going to be only live streams and more political stuff, but at the same time, Canvas, I still want to do political stuff because that's what I like doing. And if I'm going to write like long video essays, I want to write about things that I'm really passionate about. So it's like, yes, I'll talk about art, but I also want to talk about other things such as wage slavery, which is not about art at all. So kind of a crisis of identity. But but from now on, Germinal is definitely live streams. That's the identity of Germinal. It's live streams and and segments of live streams. I got it right the first time. Andy Mai, perfect. Grinning Guy says jobs are a bad deal for workers. I agree. Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to spoil the I don't want to spoil my video. But yeah. It's the cat. There are slave owners in Discord. Whatever you do in your bedroom, I don't want to know about it. Jabran Almari says, are there going to be skits like the Animal Farm video? Because it's about slavery, no. I'm not going to do skits on slavery. For obvious reasons. If I do it, I mean, it might give the video attention, but I don't know if it's the kind of attention I want to get. All right. Chat being... See, this is why sometimes I think of not putting chat on screen. You guys are embarrassing me. Tangri says, hello, Mr. Germinal. Hello. So now we have Mr. Germinal as a... See, that's the identity crisis I'm talking about. I don't even know my own name now. Oh, the cat is a slavery pro? God. Biosavat, hey Biosavat. I'm happy to see you in chat. What are we investigating? We're investigating claims that I've had in my comment section for a while, and I'd like to verify if these claims are worth taking into consideration. Well, no, actually, I will take them in consideration. I want to see if they're truth, if it's the truth or not. Thomas Bond says, wage slavery or wage theft or exploitation? Wage slavery. More like wage slavery, yeah. The whole institution of wage labor in general. And the reason why I want to look into it and compare it with slavery, like the whole institution, is because I don't think that they're that they're the same, obviously not, but there are some similarities. Similarities pointed out by socialists in the past, but also similarities pointed out by slave owners or slave advocates in the past as well. And I think those similarities, especially when they're pointed out by people who actually owned slaves, are the kind of similarities that could be interesting to look at and that are not really very often spoken about. Zachary Dolfini says, I don't want to derail the conversation, but I was wondering about the anarchist critique of Marxism. No, you're not derailing the conversation. Don't worry about it. I don't have a critique of Marxism in particular, but personally, I do think that you could have a libertarian view of Marxism or interpretation of Marxism. I think even Marx himself, we could argue, had a libertarian view of Marxism, obviously. What anarchists might critique from Marxists is that there's not this there's not enough of a suspicion, or at least a critique of hierarchy within Marx's or Marxist ideology. But I would call myself a Marxist. In my class, like I've said, I had 3 classes on Marx in university, and in most of these classes, I've had anarchist friends who were with me, anarchist comrades. I remember being with other people who were anarchists. We were in a political. A class on politics. So I had a class on economics, Marxist economics, or we were reading Marx's Capital. I had a class on, and when I class, I mean a semester. I had a semester on Just Das Kapital by Marx. I had a class on the politics and the history. The politics of Karl Marx was probably the one, or Marxism in general, because it wasn't just Karl Marx. We looked at other Marxists after Karl Marx, and that class in particular, the professor was what people would call a tanky. He had been to the USSR, did a lot of his studies there, and he had a lot of criticism for anarchists. I missed out the class on anarchism, because he said, oh, anarchism is very popular with the youth now. He was super old. And he dedicated a whole class to Marxism and anarchism, which sadly I couldn't attend, but apparently it got heated. But good if it got heated. Those are some interesting conversations. Ephraim says, slave owners were plantation level fiefdoms. They were hostile to anything disturbing this power hierarchy. Yeah, absolutely. And their critique of capitalism was not only a critique of capitalism, but also wasn't like inherent. The reason why they were critiquing capitalism was not necessarily to make it better or to make the conditions of workers better, but also to protect their own hierarchy and social order. So that's also to keep in mind. So if slave owners criticized capitalism, it's not only because they thought it was bad, because they were slave owners, they did some pretty bad stuff themselves, but it was also because they wanted to keep their social order. Milton Pacifist says, so no more Twitch Germinal. Yeah, Twitch Germinal maybe. As I said, I might stream more often now. Now that like we're not on the Canvas, the big channel. I was always afraid of annoying people on the Canvas because people subscribed for video essays, not for streams. But here on Germinal, you're stuck with me. You're stuck with streams. So I might stream more often. On Twitch, I don't know. I need to check into like dual streaming. Apparently that's a thing. Maybe I could look into that. Streaming on both. Maybe some people know more about that than me. Twitch sounds fun. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Lenore says, actually jobs are good and voluntary. Have you learned nothing from NCAP? Yeah, I guess I didn't learn much from NCAP, did I? I was wondering, I was debating this week on if should I post like the interaction with the anarcho-capitalist from last week. I did as you might have known, and because I wasn't sure how I fared. I could have been much more incisive in my critiques, but at the same time, I'm starting off in this whole sphere, right? Not much of a debater. I'm not gonna do like huge takedowns. So I thought I could have done a better job, but at the same time, I'm starting off. I won't do a perfect job. I'll do better. I'll do better in the future. Grinning Guy says, "Get a job is a mean thing to say. Jobs are for the oppressed." Yeah. Jobs are for the oppressed, and that's the interesting thing is even jobs that have good conditions and jobs that have a good pay, like a good salary, good paycheck, I would still consider that wage slavery. I would still consider that oppressed in a way, because you still have the relationships of power, the relationships of dominance, the kind of enforced dependence on someone else that through that dependence can take advantage of you, can make you, adhere to their orders. And Grinning Guys also says, "Can you explain your name, how you came up with it?" I didn't come up with my name. Sean, that's my parents who gave it to me when I was born. They actually gave it to me after the reason why my name is Sean is because they named me after a wrestler. So yeah, I turned out really very, very differently. I did not become a wrestler, or even close to it. Germinal, however, comes from so many different things. First, it was a calendar in the much superior revolutionary calendar of the French Republic. During the French Revolution, they were like, fuck the calendar, we're gonna make our own. And in the springtime, germinal was one of them. Germinal being like a, when a flower germinates, I guess. And also springtimes are when usually, well, when a lot of revolutions happen. But what else? It was also the magazine of Rudolf Rocker. It was a book by Émile Zola. Rudolf Rocker is an anarchist. It's a French word. There you go. It's a French word. So it's kind of a way to combat every Frenchophobe. Yeah, see? Johan Montero says, "Will you beat the French allegations?" See? There you go. People are Frenchophobes in Francophobes, that works. And it's making this channel name French is a way to combat their bigotry. Kenji, hello! Glad to see you on this channel, Kenji. Welcome. Green Guy says, "No super chats yet." Yeah, no, yes not, yeah. I have a Patreon. Patreon.com/thecanvas. You know, is donate there on my main channel. Starts at $1. If you give $1 or more, you get your name in the credits at the end of the videos. But no super chats. Yes, no, not much. But as I've said, I do this mostly for the fun of it, and to cultivate a community that likes both leftism and art. Sneaky Revenant says, "I know plenty of anarchists who like Marx, me included." Me too. A clumsy artist is an anarchist and likes Marx. Look at us. Even Sneaky Revenant has Marx and as a profile picture, even though they would prefer Kropotkin, but Kropotkin is not known enough. Biosavat said, "Oops, I mean, are tankies as bad as some people make them sound like? Because most this kind of criticism I've heard online are from new/infant leftists. The term tanky is can be like thrown around a bit like leniently, or liberally, I guess, in a way like that's very like without much caution. Basically, at least from my understanding, tanky is like Soviet apologia. The whole idea that I labeled my Marxist professor a tanky because, well, he was doing the apology of the Soviet Union, because not only did he work there, but he studied there and did his thesis there, and he came back saying that it was really great. And the inability to criticize the USSR from because of ideological bias, especially its more authoritarian sides, makes him a tanky, at least to me. It's okay to point out the good sides of the USSR, because of course there have been, but if you try to hide the fact that it was authoritarian, that's when especially more anarchists or libertarian socialists will find you suspicious. That's the suspicion I had about my professor. Biosavat said, "Oh, well, I haven't interacted with a lot of tankies, but I think people like those social democrats / reformists are much more harmful to the left." I don't know how to quantify harm in that sense, right? I feel like social democrats or reformists might be on their way to becoming leftist or proper leftists or anarchists or socialists or whatever. People who talk about leftism as being what the Soviet Union is or was, make it so that a lot of people who might want to be leftists see people like doing some Soviet apology and being, well, actually, I think the USSR was quite bad, and they see people like not venerating, but at the very least, I don't know, not accepting the criticism of the USSR, and they see that on the left, and it might turn them off. I understand that. I think that's one of the reasons why anarchism is so popular. It's because anarchism was really, really popular before the Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union happened, anarchism kind of fell out of the trend, because if you were a socialist, very often you were pro-Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union was the only alternative. You didn't have the anarchist alternative anywhere, and if you were anti-capitalist, it was better to go with the Soviet Union because they were already organized, they were already doing the socialist project or whatever. Now the Soviet Union is gone. What we have now is a lack of alternative, and I think that anarchism is a good way to introduce people to the left without the authoritarianism that a lot of social democrats, reformists, liberals, centrists, or even right-wingers associate to leftism. Oh, Naro says, reporting for duty. Hello, Naro. Welcome to Germinal. Dan OCD, first time I see you in chat. Hello. I'm not a Frenchophobe, a francophobe. I'm a francophobe, but how do I even pronounce these words? I had trouble. Juju says, greetings from Montreal, where French language is obligatory, kind of. I used to live in Montreal, and now I live in the countryside of Quebec. So French is a bit more obligatory than Montreal, let me tell you that. Reading everything. Yeah, Nero says, I've understood tankies to be authoritarian communistic by force, which I don't care for, which also leads to USSR apologia. That's basically my understanding of it as well. Do we sometimes attribute the word tanky to people who wouldn't normally, who don't necessarily fit the definition? Maybe. That's possible. But if we say that tankies is basically authoritarian communism, which is a thing, obviously, I feel like it's a fine. It sticks better to say a tanky than you are an authoritarian communist, because that's a contradiction in words, at least for a communist. For us, communists. So instead of using a contradiction in terms and accepting the fact that it makes sense to be authoritarian communist, we say tanky. It's like saying anarcho-capitalist. It's the kind of word that, we don't like. I feel like saying ANCAP is better because you don't have that you don't say you don't normalize the contradiction in terms, because you don't want it to be normalized. Same thing for authoritarian communist. I think tanky's better. The clumsy artist says Hakim is a tanky. I've heard that claim before. I don't know Hakim enough. I don't watch enough of their stuff, and I'm not gonna go investigate to see who's a tanky or not. Person says, hi there, do you have any plans on to stream read-throughs of anarchist literature in the future? I would love to, yeah. I would be interested in hearing your interpretation of books in French. I'm not going to read in French, though. I could read in French, but I don't know. Might start riots in chat. I don't want any riots. But yeah, I think on Sundays I like to interact with chat a bit more and have fun. The read-throughs are fun, but they don't have that interaction with chat, which I miss, which I kind of rely on. That's what I like about streaming. But if I did some during the week, maybe I could just read through some anarchist literature or even Wikipedia articles and stuff like that. That's always fun. It's always I was thinking of it because I kind of dropped the anarchist FAQ because it takes time to read through and edit and all that. But I could probably do it on stream as well. Read the anarchist FAQ and then post that on the third channel. Yosef says, pretty convincing argument. I never looked at it through that perspective. Thank you. I don't remember. Was it about tankies being more harmful? Yeah. Roby says, you having any air quality issues? Not at all. Not at all. I'm in terms of air quality, I'm good. I'm not south enough for it to be blown my way. At least I haven't seen it. Air quality map Canada. Let's see. I'll show it to you. Just very quickly. I'm gonna sneeze. I was going to sneeze. Look at that. I don't want to like I don't want to be how do you call it, bragging about my air quality. Wait, let me brag about my air quality. This thing is very laggy. All right, there you go. Let me show it to you. Here. I'm good. I'm right here. DDoSing myself again. I'm good. My it's at a 2 right now. I think it's more like a 1 because I'm right on the edge here. No, I think it's still a 2. But in any case, I'd like to see. I'd like to be able to compare this forest. Active fires, they're up here in Quebec at least. There's some everywhere. Doxed. It's gonna take some while. But no, my air quality is very good. I'm right next to the sea, to the ocean. We're a bit too removed far east to be affected by it. Person said that'd be great. Yeah, I'll be reading. I'll be reading some stuff eventually. All right, this is not working. So goodbye. My air is very good. Learning French in school already traumatized me enough. I'm sorry to hear that. What, you think you're better just because you've got good air quality? I won't say I'm better. I won't say I'm better. I'm sorry. I'll say I'm superior. Abitibi is getting pretty bad. Yeah. Yeah, says Marjorie. Glad to be on the east in Gaspésie. What a flex. Am I using OBS? I'm not using OBS. I'm using Streamlabs. Why? Are you going to tell me how to dual stream? Hi, Alcy. Welcome. Glad to see you on Germinal. Zachary Dolfini says, what do you think of the left as it stands today? And what kinds of action would you consider meaningful now? Good question. I feel like leftism has a lot of potential because, at least from my perspective, I know a lot of young people who are openly and very receptive to the criticism of capitalism and the criticism of the system in general, which is ruled by, you know, almost inhuman profit, like the inhuman profit motive above everything else. And I think like it's easy to make that criticism and get a good reception, especially with young people. And because of that, I believe, and also young people are a little, at least from my experience, once again, I guess it depends on which parts of the world you are. Realize I have this in my, it's a metal, you're not going to see it. There you go. I was helping a friend out earlier this week with something, and it required a metal string. All right, sorry about that. I got distracted. But yeah, there is reception or receptivity to people, for young people to be leftists, for different reasons. And I do believe that, because it depends on where you are in the world, but I do believe that a lot of young people are also less prone to being career oriented. At least the people I'm around, and young people are also very lonely. So that kind of all these kinds of conditions are perfect to create community bonds that are focused on empowering communities, right? Of making leftism the central central values to federate people in communities. The understanding that, you know, we're lonely, the understanding that we're not career oriented, the understanding that the world fucking sucks. Let's get together. Maybe not try to change it, but at least let's try to make it better for our own locality. I feel like that's a good thing to look forward to. It's a good strategy to go forward with. Where does the left, as it stands today? I guess it depends where we are. It's easy to be doomer and to have a selection bias for all of the bigots out there, seeing how, you know, a lot of, for example, anti-LGBT or anti-queer sentiment is being brewed up, especially in the United States. It's easy to think that the left is not really strong, and that we're losing power and we're losing influence. But the left, I think the left is pretty strong. I think most people are backing queer rights, and I think I think a lot of people who are more marginalized, at least politically, have less inhibitions to express their anti-queer ideas. But I think in terms of numbers, we're doing a pretty good job. And again, mostly with young people. Young people are gay, young people are young people are trans. And I feel like this is a good thing that will have an impact in the future. Perhaps what we're missing is the kind of organization that the right has. The right also has the funding, which is kind of, you know, it's harder to get. But yeah, I think the left has the potential to reach out to liberals, to reach out to centrists. We have good talking points concerning climate change, concerning wealth inequality, and pointing to them, to people who are, let's say, more centrist or, you know, not as politically motivated in general in life. We can show, all right, capitalism has not worked in terms of mitigating the climate crisis. Capitalism does not work in terms of reducing suffering. It might have in the past, but now we're hitting a wall. It seems as if things can't get better from now. We're in the first kind of generation where the future is more. We seem to see the future as worse than the present. We have this pessimism about the future, which is attributed to our system, which we don't feel like is sustainable. We have the good arguments. And it's just about using them and federating people around them. And to answer your second part of the question, what kinds of action would you consider meaningful now? Community, like community bonding, I released a segment talking about how small talk is praxis. Giving people the proximity to, you know, to have leftists around them, even though they're not leftists. Maybe they're centrists, maybe they're even conservatives, but having the proximity to leftism in a community is already helping out a lot, and might, you know, break some misconceptions about what commies are, about what Antifa is, and stuff like that. You give people people are very biased by their personal experience, and if I tell someone who keeps seeing online what a queer person is, what a non-binary person is, and they only associate it to bad things, and then I become, you know, in proximity to them, and I'm like, you know, we become maybe not friends, but we become acquainted. Then I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm non-binary, or I'm queer. That breaks a barrier, because yeah, they saw it online, the anti-queer stuff. They saw it on on TV, on the media. They saw their favorite politician talk about it, But then they meet one and they're like, that takes them back. And I love doing that because I kind of, it's not super obvious that I'm queer. And, you know, some people, so I've had some, you know, older people make jokes about queer people and being like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm queer. And they go, really? Oh, well, you don't look queer. It's like, what does being queer look like? And that like kind of, that confronts them in a lot of the preconceptions that they've had. Anyway, all that to say, community, giving proximity to people, to your ideas, not proselytizing, not even having to like, you know, give them pamphlets, just giving them a proximity to someone who has, you know, leftist ideas is already a really good thing. Small talk is praxis. Yeah, Zachary Dolfini says, I feel like an individualistic approach to social change represents a sort of moralistic anti-capitalism that fails to recognize the societal benefits of industrialization and division of labor. Yeah, like that's why I'm saying, when I'm saying like create community bonds, I think that's not an individualistic approach. Though I'm telling you to do it individualistically, but I'm not saying that you'll change the world by yourself. You won't even change your world as a community, but you might make it more sustainable. And if that happens in different communities, I'm not putting the burden of changing the world or fighting capitalism on your shoulders. Just creating good community bonds, and you know, maybe blowing a bit of leftism in that community is not going to change the world, but it will make it somewhat better, and it'll make your mental health better. Definitely, it'll create some bonds that are worth it. Not even like politically, just socially, for your own sake. And yeah, that fails to recognize the societal benefits of industrialization, division of labor. Yeah, I feel like there's benefits to industrialization and division of labor. I wouldn't say otherwise. I like the very strong difference, you know, the cleavage between people who are engaging into very, very thoughtful political ideas, and some people who, like Lenora says, how am I supposed to kiss them if I can't kidnap them? The diversity is in chat is always appreciated. We love diversity. Hypothetically, if there was enough support, we all agree about late stage capitalism, and we started fostering local communities, would be a viable next step. That's the answer I often like to give is decide within your community. If you've fostered a local, strong, empowered community, then you can choose what the next step is, right? You're a couple of brains all together, already having strong links between yourselves, and strong ideas that you all understand and that you all communicate. So figure it out for yourself. I don't know. I can't tell you what to do. I could imagine you trying to build ways as a community to kind of, all right, prefigurative politics. What the IWW would say, like, build the new world in the shell of the old. Build it with your community. Build the new world in the shell of the old. For example, I've read about this community in Quebec where a group of people, well, there's a lot of people going back to like rural areas in Quebec, me being one of them. The one that I'm in is not super dynamic yet. We're gonna change that, but for now it's not super dynamic. And there are parts of Quebec where people from the city go to rural areas, and there's a lot of young people with ideas, young people with the ideals of community. And for example, that the village I'm thinking about, a couple of young people in the city center, the village I should say, bought a building which is central to the city and made it a cooperative grocery store. Like, of course, there's still problems to the whole idea of grocery stores. Yeah, they might control the prices in the grocery store, but you know, they can't sell lower or sell their food lower than, you know, than what the providers already sell the food for. So they're not, you know, it's not amazing, but it's a community focused or community managed grocery store where there is no cashier. Everything is automated in terms of the cash registries are automated. There the how do you call it, the not the supplies, but the inventory is also automated. So let's say you sell this quantity of, I don't know, of food, then it's, you know, it's ordered later in the week. So that's how it's automated for the supplying of the grocery store. There is the cooperative, because it's members, is managed by the cooperative, by the customers of the cooperative, in the sense that there is no, if I remember correctly, there's one person who volunteers at the grocery store, who does the stocking, who does, you know, who looks over the caches. And the great thing about this grocery store is that it's 24/7. So it's open to the public during the week, during the day, I mean, all week. But at night, or, you know, at night after the opening hours, every member of the community who's part of the cooperative has like some kind of card, or the key at least, to go into the grocery store and do their groceries if they want at 11 p.m. at 11 p.m. Yeah, 11 p.m. or 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. They get their own thing, and they not cash out. They you know, there's no physical money, so it's all with, you know, credit cards and whatever. And they just, you know, you can pay at 2 a.m. without anybody else in the grocery store. And there's this kind of trust among everyone that, you know, and it's working. And that's the kind of things that you can build as a community if you have a strong community. Of course, that kind of initiative, if you don't have a strong community, can be harder, right? You need a lot of trust in your I don't know how to say it, compatriots. You need to trust them a lot to say, all right, you have to check out yourself, and nobody's gonna, you know, enforce this. But it's working, and it's amazing, and I think that's a really, really good, like, a good thing. You can, as a community, you can build community gardens. You can build, you know, there's different ways that you can create things. You can have like a community garage, in a way, where everybody puts tools in the garage that people can use, put back. There's a lot of things that you can do if you have an empowered community, a community that is like this. But the first steps are to actually build that community and get together and you know, slowly but surely getting people to join in and do cool stuff together. Chat still impresses me. Jubrano Almari says, how do you approach your community to do change? That's a good question, and I guess it depends on the community. Some things I can tell you, and it might work, it might not work. As I've said, small talk is a good way to start. Go out and see your neighbors. Don't have preconceived notions, or have go there with an open mind. Approach your neighbors with an open mind. Do small talk. Create a warmth. Don't go to them and say, hey, I'm a communist and I'm trying to create a community, like a community bond so we can resist capitalism together. Not gonna work. It won't work. Just try to get a warmth with the people around you. Most people are lonely as fuck. It's backed up by data. People are lonely. So you can create, and there might be like at first like a kind of coldness, because we're not used, a lot of people are not used to having this community feeling of this community bond. But just get to know people around, you know? Sometimes just a smile, a wave, or you can just go and talk, small talk. Get to know their names. That's already a first start. And then eventually, once you know their names, once you know these kind of things, you can invite them and have a, you know, decide, say, hey, I'd like to have a dinner with some people around, you know, around the community. It can be like your immediate neighbors for now. And yeah, I'd like to have a dinner. Some people, most people, I think, might say, oh yeah, let me get back to you on that. And they're like, oh, can I add you on Facebook so we can coordinate that? You already added them on Facebook. There you go. I've created community bonds with people around here many different ways. One was when I decided to make people sign a petition to lower the speed limit in front of me, and just that had people open up so much. They were so happy to be talking about their experience with living on a street that goes, you know, that allows cars to go 80 kilometers per hour. They were happy to, you know, talk about that experience. I don't know how many times they have to you know, to talk about the pros and cons of living on that kind of street. Just listening to them makes them, you know, makes them feel appreciated and creates that warmth with them. Maybe they'll ask you, why are you doing that? Most people will appreciate the fact that you're getting involved in your community. That was one of the reasons. Second way is during the elections. There's a more left-leaning party in Quebec, and I was knocking on doors for that party. Most people were really happy to just be talking about politics. You say, hey, I was for, it's called Québec Solidaire. I was like, hey, I'm for Québec Solidaire, and like we're wondering if you were thinking of voting, if you had, you know, considered who to vote for, and which issues do you think is important. And you might think people will get annoyed, and some people do, obviously, but most people are just happy to be heard because they follow politics. Most people follow, at least here, maybe not in America, but here people follow politics and they listen to a lot of people, but they're very rarely heard. A lot of people tell their opinions on the news. People give their opinions. The politicians are giving their opinions. They're talking back and forth, but nobody ever listens to them and what they think. So you go there and you're like, yeah, I'm want to talk about politics? I'm here to listen. And people open up. And that creates, again, a link or a trust. And another thing is just go outside. I went for a walk the other day, and a woman that I've met through the signing the petition, through doing the how do you call it, the knocking on doors for the elections. That lady, I've talked to her briefly, but then I was walking the street and I saw her, and she was super happy to see me. So I went to go see her. She's a low-income lady, disabled. She's very alone, and we discussed, and she gave me, I have it in my pocket here. She gave me this. La Sainte Bible. Pourquoi me refuser? It's the Saint the Saint Bible. Why refuse me or why reject me? Listen, I'm no man of faith. I'm no person of faith. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in the Bible, and I refuse the Bible. And it's asking me why am I refusing it? But we had a good discussion. Most of it was just me going, oh yeah, oh good. Most of it was that. But she opened up. I was able to tell her, or make her say that capitalism sucks. Which is good. So there it is. Different ways of doing it. Once you break that barrier of being a stranger to your neighbors, the possibilities are endless. It can be anything. You can do anything. Thank you, Jubran Almari, for the question. It's a really good question. Kurt Boss says, I don't think automation is justified in a human world. I think just automation is good. I think we can, yeah, it's really good actually. It frees us up. You call it alienation, but like it depends on its use. Automation in a capitalist world definitely leads to alienation for sure. Let's not fall into the capitalist realism where the only way automation can be used is to alienate and disempower people. Because right now, automation and robots, technology, and all that are used for the benefit of a single class. They're used for profit. But imagine they were used for the benefit of people, freeing up people. I think that's a good thing. All right. I don't know where chat is right now. I need to skip all of you. Me saying I love talking to chat. And look at me, all ignoring your previous comments ever since I started rambling. Now I see people talking about Saint Dominic. Oh, you're not man of faith. Meanwhile, in the background. All right, let me get out so I can show you. My my statue. For those who haven't seen it, I've never shown it on Germinal. There you go, Saint Dominic. I'm going to mute chat. You are censored, so I can show you Saint Dominic. And I also have the urinal by Duchamp, or my my papier-mâché version of it, because that's what I want to investigate eventually when we're done talking. Which we never will be. This is the whole point of the streams, to talk. Okay. Yeah, he is looking fondly at that urinal. Saint Germinal. On Twitch, my name is Germinal with 2 A's. Like in French it's Saint Graal, that's the Holy Grail, with 2 A's. So there's a religious element to it as well. Can you take a front on pic for me sometime so I can use it as an album cover? A front on pic for me? Of me? Holy, hello, Ballet. Ballet's in chat. Are we talking about Indiana Jones? We're not talking about Indiana Jones. I think because we talked about talking about all sorts of things. Nero said he wanted a front picture. All right, here you go. You can take your screenshot. There you go. That's a front picture of me. Actually, there's something I wanted to do for the thumbnails. I think it's really funny to put my face in. It's what streamers do, and it's working in terms of clicks. It's been working at least in this week. So the problem is, I don't have pictures of myself to put. So I was like, I'm gonna do it in chat, and I'm gonna need some suggestions. The classic streamer, like how do you say it? Like reaction shots. So like, all right, let me put the mic off, chat box is off because I don't want you in my thumbnails. So what kind of stuff do I need on my thumbnails? So there's the shocked, right? The I can't believe it. Sojack face, is that the no, that's not this. I do want to do that though. What's the Mr. Beast thumbnail? What does he do? Do the pog and point. That's what I was thinking. I'm pointing at Dom. That'll be maybe aroused. Is that the Sojack? The what else? Do I need to laugh just in case something's funny? Is that room haunted? Kind of. It's in the attic of a century-old house. That is kind of similar to the oh, angry face, anger. Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't have an angry face for when I was in the car, so it's kind of just me going like. But I want an angry face. I make a good Sojack. Thank you. I hope that's a compliment. Something funny happened. It's a funny topic. Incredible. Screaming face. I did the yeah, haunted attics rule. I agree. I love my attic, but we've made it less haunted aesthetics. But in the back there, it's kind of haunted. The statue makes it haunted. Oh, if something I like, for example, communities, right? I like communities, and we talked about community forming and the importance of community forming, community bonding. So that you know that meme with what's his name, Christian Bale. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna try to do this. So like when I see a community, I can go. Again. I think I nailed it. I think I nailed it. Oh god. All right. What's the ERA face? ERA face. Era face. Is that it? What? What? This? There you go. I did the face you asked. Just sneer. What's sneer? Oh right, that's not a bad one. All right, hold on. It's like the mouth. You know what the great part about this is that since I'm always wearing the same uniform for stream, I can reuse these pictures all the time. Storing screenshots in the meme channel on Discord. Thank you, Naro. You're doing the job for me, actually. Connor Core, good morning. So many people. Everybody's putting that on Discord. All right, no problem. You're doing the job for me. It's a competition for whoever posts the best screenshot for every emotions. On a more serious note, something someone says, it's not relevant to the discussion, but how can one initiate change under heavy censorship and brutal violence? Our situation in Iran is hopeless. I have no clue. Honestly, I have no idea. I could not. Maybe I should answer that question without the sneers in the back. I'm not in your position, because I do not live in those conditions, and my perspective as someone who's very privileged is stay safe. Most importantly, stay safe. But there are some situations where, you know, staying safe might be actually harmful. I'm not in the right place, and I have no idea. I'm sure creating community bonds helps as well. Not only helps for you know, to create a better, you know, a better situation for yourself, but also for security. I do not, grinning guys, I do not know who the Qantas are. No, you didn't ruin the atmosphere or something, someone. It's a good question. It's a good question. Yeah, and don't apologize. Person says it's an important question, and they're right. It's just I don't know how to. It's a strong dilemma. It's a dilemma that, you know, it's not new. A lot of people have asked, you know, what should I do? Isn't it Sartre who talked about do I fight? Well, someone asked him, do I fight for the resistance against the Nazis, or do I take care of my mom? If I fight for the resistance against the Nazis, I might put myself and her in danger. The Nazis weren't that great, so his fight against them was justified, but it did also put him in a lot of danger. Also, I guess it also depends on your how much danger are you putting yourself through, and how much can it actually change? If you're someone with a big platform in Iran, right? If you're someone with a lot of influence, then perhaps it might be worth it, because your individual action or the individual risk that you're putting yourself through might actually enact change, or, you know, or help. Anyway, it's kind of like cold calculation there. Jubran Almari says, I'm from Syria and I get your situation. So I think it's his answers to how to approach community can kind of also be used here. Yeah, I'm happy to hear that as well. I'm happy to hear that you agree with that, Jubran. I mean, there's so much you can do as an individual, right? Enacting inside your community with people who know your face, who know you as a person, that in itself can, you know, might be the most change that you can enact as a single person. Nico says, hello, Germ. All right, now I'm Germ. It went from Mr. Canvas to Mr. Germinal to now Germ. I'll take it. The Germ channel. It was fun to talk about community. Is we did the reactions and all that. I didn't even start the stream. I wanted to start the stream with something, and we didn't even do that. That makes you germs. If you watch the Germinal channel, that makes you a germ. You guys are germs. Person is right, saying that what is the thought space of the people in your community like? Do most people feel oppressed? You can also create support groups. It's going to help you. It's going to help people around you. Pico Nico says, what are you going to be investigating today? We are investigating. The background is a clue to what we will be investigating. But first, I wanted to talk about. All right, let's start the stream. An hour and 20 minutes into it. I like to talk about the movies. I used to do that a lot. Talk about the movies that I watch. I've watched this week only one movie, and the reason why I haven't watched a lot of movies recently is because I've said it before. I'm part of a selection committee for a film festival. I need to watch the films, but I can't really talk about them and they're not that popular. They're in French mostly. So I can't really talk about them, and I don't know if you guys would like to know or hear about Francophone movies. But here, you might like this movie. 1970, Five Easy Pieces. Five Easy Pieces is a movie. There you go. That starring Jack Nicholson, which you will like because he doesn't speak French and speaks English. And I will spoil. It's a 1970 movie. I don't even know if you're gonna watch it or not. It was good. I liked it. And it boils down to a man not having much in life, and or no, he does have stuff in life, but he rejects it. He doesn't want to commit. He is like he drifts through life, not wanting to commit and not having anything to latch onto, which makes them always kind of empty and purposeless, kind of in a way. And the movie kind of relays that not only through the character who's purposeless, who doesn't know where to go, who's always drifting, who doesn't commit, but the movie accompanies him through that purposelessness and through that drifting. So it almost feels like none of the things that he does matter. And in a way, it gets kind of annoying because none of the scenes that we're watching, none of of what we're watching actually matters. But that's because he lives a life with, you know, living things that don't matter, which makes it really interesting because it's kind of really putting us in the shoes of the character or through his moral dilemma, or not his moral dilemma, but, you know, his malaise. His malaise is that the things that he's doing don't really matter, and he's working. He's working a job he doesn't necessarily like. He gave up pretty much on his family. He gave up on his piano, kind kind of. He's a really, really good pianist, but he kind of gave up on that. He didn't want to commit to it. His friends, he leaves his friends. He has a girlfriend, but he doesn't really want to commit to her, even though she has, she's pregnant, blah, 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 all of that. And through the movie, it feels like nothing settles because nothing nothing is concrete. But that's how he feels. So it's masterly made for that. And at the end of the movie, we feel like we're very unsatisfied because nothing, in a way, nothing happened. Nothing serious happened. Nothing of substance happened. But Bobby, who is played by Jack Nicholson, the protagonist, has a life where nothing happens, where he's kind of too cowardly to have anything happen. He prefers running away from things before they can even happen so that he doesn't gets disappointed, or we can analyze what he says, what he feels all day. One thing I found very interesting about this movie was a comment I actually read that I thought was, if I can find it, I should have looked into it, is a review that at first I thought was really, really interesting, but then I kind of disagreed with. And it's talking about, I guess I'll never find it. It talks about women or woman. Oh, there it is. A comment by Nora. I won't read everything, but Nora says, I would really love to see this remade by a female director because I think it would make all the difference, or at least rewritten with a closer examination of the women characters, because apparently this has a female writer and this is what we got, lol. It's possible to make a film with an unlikable male main character who treats women badly, but still treat the women with empathy and as people with inner lives. My main issue with this film is not that the main character is garbage to women, which he is that the film itself doesn't seem to care about any of its female characters. Bob Rafelson never gives any women enough focus or space to be developed as people, which is really frustrating. It's possible to write women who are weak-willed and oblivious to the toxicity of the men they are involved with. Ray's whole conflict, blah, blah, blah. All right. I thought, yeah, that's true. The women in this movie are very often presented as weak-willed and kind of surface level. Nothing really happens. They're not even like a character in a way. And what I find interesting is I don't think that's the fault of the movie, but more the fault of the viewer. And I might have to rewatch the movie with that in mind. But the thing is, when I'll keep that up just so that to show that we're talking about. So for people when they join, 5 easy pieces. There you go. So it's easy to see Bobby as a character with a lot of personality, who's explored in depth, and his weak-willed, as Nora puts it, weak-willed girlfriend. But what I find interesting is that we see a lack of agency in the fact that we're not necessarily looking much into her. The fact that her choices are kind of one-dimensional, very surface level, while his choices, well, we explore them and we understand them and we look into them. But the interesting thing is, I think both are surface level. Both are not that developed in a way. As I've said, he has nothing going on in his life, and we're just following a man who has nothing in his life, who just drifts, right? Who just does as he wills as it goes along. And that's a criticism of a man who has nothing and who's weak-willed in a way. But we attribute to him some personality because of that. Mostly because he's a man. Because both of them share similar similarities, similar characteristics. The guy and the girl, both of them have nothing going on in their lives. They're, you know, they're perhaps not satisfied. They feel like they don't necessarily have a goal. Perhaps she has more goal because her goal is to be with him. He doesn't really give a fuck because he's a misogynist. But we see him as having more personality and more direction in life, even though he doesn't. And I think that's more of an us problem than the movie problem. Because we more easily attribute personality to a man with no personality than personality to a woman with no personality, if that makes sense. And we see that a lot in other movies, especially from the 70s, like Taxi Driver. Taxi Driver, we give Travis Bickle so much personality and he's so likable, blah, 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 blah. But Travis Bickle is kind of a loser. He has no personality per se, or no distinctive personality. But we attribute to him a kind of charisma and a personality and a love for him that perhaps we wouldn't if a woman was written as shallow, not shallow, because he's not, Travis Bickle is complicated, but he's still a shallow man. But we're not giving this kind of complication or this nuance to a woman character if she's shallow. I think that's how I'm gonna end my comments on 5 Easy Pieces. When a man is shallow, we'll still attribute to him personality. But when a woman is shallow, we won't. And I think that's not the problem of the movie, it's a problem for us. I want to ask what you guys think, but probably none of you watched that movie. Are we investigating St. Dami? We're not investigating St. Dami. It's coming. The investigation is coming. P. Kenji says, Beau is Afraid. All right, I'll try to watch Beau is Afraid before next stream, which might not even be next Sunday. It could be before, because I'd like to do more streams. So many people hate French in chat. I can't believe this. Hey, Kurt Boss says, oil rig worker wants to be a hippie. Tommy, good day. Good day, Tommy. I'm reading through the comments. I'm Does it pass the Bechdel? I don't remember. I think it does. I'm not sure. I don't think we don't see that many women talk together. Anyway, we pretty much very, very closely follow the protagonist, who's not a woman. We're not investigating St. Dami. Oh, thank you, Pico Nigo, about deconstructing the last NCAP bit. I had a lot of fun doing it. All right. Yeah, Russian films are better. I love Russian films. All right. What are we investigating? Is what people are asking. I hope I hope you're not gonna be disappointed. You might be. All right, so I talk a lot about the urinal, Marcel Duchamp's urinal, right? Let me bring it to you. This guy, this urinal, I talk about it a lot. I already am disappointed. I talk about the urinal a lot. Hey, we're gonna talk about art on this channel about politics. And we're gonna talk politics on the canvas, which is about art. All right. Actually, I'll leave it in the background just because it's a good prop. All right. That urinal, every time I talk about it, there are comments in the comment section that are like, hey, listen, by the way, it wasn't Marcel Duchamp. It was, I'll show you. It was this person, actually. It was Elsa von Freytag Loringhoven. I think that's how you say it. And a lot of people comment that, and when I get these comments, it's often with a bit of snark, in the sense that, you know, people are like, actually, it wasn't Duchamp, it was Mrs. Freytag Loringhoven. And people correct me on that, and the reason why I get annoyed by that correction is because when I first investigated, is it actually Elsa von Freytag Loringhoven, I wasn't convinced by the evidence that it was actually her and not Marcel Duchamp. So I want to look at with you if it was actually her or not, and close that debate so that the only good thing that came from France was the revolution. Oh, and the urinal. Absolutely. I want to look into that. And I think we can start with a video. I love videos. What? And it's a video by a YouTuber I really, really like. And if you don't know him, you should check him out. Here. Then and now. Let's see what they have to say.
New York, 1917. The painter Joseph Stella and the art collector Walter Arensberg are enjoying a lively meal with their friend, the French-American artist and chess player Marcel Duchamp. From there, the three friends made their way to the J.L. Mott Ironworks on 118 Fifth Avenue. Duchamp picked out a Bedfordshire model urinal. He took it back to his studio, placed it on its back and signed it R. Mutt 1917. The new work was named Fountain. This was the genesis of one of the most subversive and influential works of art of the 20th century. Some even consider this the very moment conceptual art that prioritizes the idea or the concept over the aesthetic, was born. But there is another side to the story. Baroness Elsa von Freytag Loringhoven was a well-known German avant-garde artist living in Greenwich Village, New York.
Everything was right at the beginning. Everything was good. Now we're going to talk about the case for Elsa von Freytag Loringhoven,
who wore spoons as earrings, cakes as hats, and postage stamps as makeup. The almost always destitute Baroness was routinely arrested for crimes like petty theft and public nudity. Following the First World War, the Baroness met Duchamp, who became an avid supporter of her work. In 1915, Duchamp had already started to turn everyday objects into pieces of art, something he called ready-mades. Fountain was submitted to a 1917 exhibition at the Society of Independent Artists in New York under the pseudonym Richard Mutt. But was Fountain really Duchamp's work? In April 1917, he wrote to his sister and said that one of my female friends who has adopted the pseudonym Richard Mutt sent me a porcelain urinal as a sculpture. Since there was nothing indecent about it, there was no real reason to reject it. Was this friend Baroness Elsa von Freytag Loringhoven? By this time, she had moved from New York to Philadelphia, where newspapers also reported that the apocryphal Richard Mutt was from. In his recent book, Stranger Than We Can Imagine, John Higgs shows that Baroness Elsa had been turning everyday objects into art long before Duchamp started exhibiting ready-mades, and Fountain has all the hallmarks of Baroness Elsa's scatological style, not typical in the work of Duchamp. On top of this, researchers found that the ironworks that Duchamp claimed to buy the urinal from didn't make or stock that model. In 1923, Baroness Elsa, disappointed with America, moved back to Berlin where she struggled with poverty and depression. Around this time, the Baroness painted a picture that was said to represent abandonment that included a leg walking out of the frame. The painting depicts an overflowing urinal, spoiling books sat on the floor with a pipe sat carefully on the lip. The urinal is clearly a reference to Duchamp, but is the context clear? Baroness Elsa died in 1927 when the gas was left on in her flat. Whether she forgot to turn it off or not is unclear. Why, though, was such a memorable figure forgotten so quickly? Ernest Hemingway and Ezra Pound both admired her work, and she appeared in works by Man Ray, George Biddle and Grantham Bain. Was the Baroness a forgotten pioneer, or is she doomed to be relegated to the ash heap of history? If you like these videos...
There you go. I think it's a good summary. And most of the... I think the core argument here lies in the letter that Marcel Duchamp wrote to his sister. And if we can get it back here, one of my female friends who had adopted the pseudonym Richard Mutt sent me a porcelain urinal as a sculpture. That's kind of a smoking gun right there, and I agree with that absolutely. Now, I want to look at I have a couple of articles, but I don't think we'll have to go into them because no, I didn't remember why I rejected the claim, and that's why I wanted to look it up with you. But I think I remember why now. So here, it says about von Freytag that some has just suggested that the original work was by female artist Elsa von Freytag Loringhoven, but submitted it to Duchamp as a friend. But art historians maintain that Duchamp was solely responsible for Fountain's presentation. So here, it seems, well, Wikipedia is presenting it as a consensus. We can be critical of Wikipedia. So there's, I saw this article as well. I looked into the articles that it was actually a woman. It's pretty much always the same thing, in terms of why it's her. Mostly it's the letter. It's mostly, yeah, mostly that. Here, this article says it's that the claim has been totally discredited, and they link to another article, and the article is right here. I'm not going to read it. It's a very, very long one. I'm not going to read it. But the one thing I'm going to read, and that's going to trigger people in chat, I am going to talk about the letter that Duchamp wrote that, you know, is what we claim is the reason why it's made by Elsa von Freytag Loringhoven. All right, we gotta try to find it though. So it's that one. But I want it in French, and you'll see why. Is it here? Because if I remember correctly, is that this is a bad translation of what he wrote to his sister. Lettre à sa sœur Fontaine. I could find. There you go. This is gonna suck for all of you. He says, une de mes amies, sous un pseudonyme masculin, Richard Mott, avait envoyé une pissotière en porcelaine comme sculpture. He says that his friend, his female friend, under the pseudonym Richard Mott, which is male, sent the urinal as a sculpture. Here it says sent me a urinal as a sculpture. And here's the thing. Saying that a woman sent this fountain is the reason why it's not the smoking gun that people think it is because Marcel Duchamp, it's already known, submitted the urinal not as himself, because he was part of the jury of the thing. He wasn't going to send his own artwork, so he had someone else do it. Here, this woman who sent it, it doesn't mean that she made it first. Second, it could have been anyone else than von Freytag. It could have been it's been said that it could have been his alter ego Rose C'est la Vie, which I also made a video about. And it could have been other people. Here, the first thing it says is that Duchamp was lying to his sister because he didn't want her to know that he was responsible for the controversy, because it was very controversial. Some people say it's Louise Norton, who I also quote. Louise Norton is the person who gave like kind of a one of the first interpretations, and the first she communicated the importance of urinal the first in a very, very well, like, good way, very eloquent way in the magazine The Blind Man, which was a Dada magazine. A lot of people say it's Elsa. And now that I mean, it could have been, but I think if this is the only smoking gun, I don't know what you guys think. I think that this is just the fact that it's just he's saying that a guy sent, a girl sent, or a woman sent the urinal, and he said that to his sister. First, it doesn't mean that he is telling the truth to his sister. Second, it doesn't mean that she sent it, the woman sent it of her own volition instead of sending it for Marcel Duchamp. But it's not the smoking gun I think a lot of people say. And it's not as clear cut. And I think in terms of investigation, I think that's all we need. I wanted to read some articles and all that, but now I'm even more convinced that it wasn't her. I mean, it could have been. There's not enough enough evidence for it. And yeah, I want to talk about that. It does bring doubt to the claim. Lenore's right, but all right, I'll be. I don't think it's enough evidence to say for sure that it was her. If we have a letter, or if we have like some written, testimony that she's like, hey, that was my idea and Duchamp stole it from me, I think that would be perhaps a bigger claim. The fact that she never, talked about it, and maybe there was incentives for her or to not talk about it as well. But the fact that the only reliance is on Duchamp, who could have been lying, or could have still made the thing but just not submit it because he didn't want people to know that it was him, because he was pretty known by the time he made Fountain. And also the fact that he made ready-mades before. So it's not the first time that he recontextualizes a found object. He did that before. It's not the first time with urinal. I think there's a danger. I think there... Yeah, Lenore says, to be honest, both sides of the argument lack a bunch of evidence / context if we only really have a letter to base it on. Yeah, well, Fountain was claimed by Marcel Duchamp later on, and his claim was never challenged. Never, ever, ever. And it makes it so that a retroactive challenge to that claim, which doesn't really, which its only base is a letter that Duchamp wrote before claiming that this artwork was his, is kind of shaky basis to, like, reevaluate who's the author of that artwork. And because of that, Kurt Boss asks the good question: why does it matter? Lol. I don't think it does, but I think the fact that people are so okay. I'm going off a bit. I might be a bit less leftist by saying what I'm about to say, but I think that it's easy because this kind of, it's actually Elsa von Freytag who did it, is kind of a bit conspiracy based. As Connor Core said, if a man was stealing the art of a woman, it might. And that's why I think it's kind of conspiracy bait. I think a lot of people like the narrative of a man stealing from a woman for in art history for, you know, to be famous and stuff like that. It's the kind of story that confirms our narrative about the world, about how women are erased in art history and all that. And if one of the most influential artworks in art history, which is Urinal, was made by a woman, that might have to force us to reconsider, which we already are anyway, reconsider the role of women in art history, which have also often been like wiped away. So for our narrative of the world, the fact that women have often been erased from art history, that story is very convenient for us as leftists. And we might have the incentive to treat that story not only with charitability, but also with a bit less rigor. And I feel like that's what we're doing. We're treating this story with less rigor because the narrative that it represents or pushes is a narrative that enforces our broader ideas of what art is and the role of men and women in art history. But I feel like it's doing a bit of a disservice, because von Freytag did some pretty cool shit as well on her own, and I don't think she needs to I don't think we need to say that she actually did Urinal to say that she is the right that, you know, that women are worth it in art history. Yeah, we don't have screenshots of DMs, as Nero says. I'm just worried that we're lending a lot of charitability to the claim of it's not even her who says it. It's we're taking it as because of what Duchamp wrote to his sister. The fact that we're just assuming that it's her through their connection. So the female friend who sent the Urinal, we assume that it's von Freytag, but it could be Louise Norton. It could be Rose C'est la Vie, which was Duchamp's women alter ego. So there's a lot of leaps. So not only do we have to, but we have to support the fact that it's not. Maybe we can ask God to leak the DMs. We're all gonna pray together. But it wasn't her. I don't think it was her, Kurt Boss. That's the interesting thing, I think. Not only do we have to prove that it wasn't Marcel Duchamp, but once we have proven that it's not Marcel Duchamp, we have to prove that it was von Freytag. We have to prove two things, and I don't even think we have proven in the first place that it wasn't Marcel Duchamp. Because once we do, let's say we say, all right, female friend sent the Urinal, and if we can prove through another letter that we discover that she actually made the Urinal as well and submitted it, then we have to prove another leap that it's von Freytag. And I feel like we're kind of doing these leaps very easily for political gain. But that's my opinion on it. And I think we should look at von Freytag for her own sake and not trying to attribute her worth to a theory that's at best has shaky grounds. Investigation over. That was my case. So for people who wrote, it's actually not Duchamp who made it. You've watched the video. Maybe you have. And if you haven't, well, I can't do anything about that. Sometimes I want to answer these comments so bad. All the time I want to answer these comments because they get under my skin. But I'm like, I can't answer. Like on Germinal, you want to investigate Saint Dami. We're not investigating Saint Dami. He has to remain mysterious. One of the comments was like, on my latest video was like, are you kidding me? You think cars are the reason why we're lonely? Just get outside. It's like, you want to have a detailed answer, a nuanced answer. But these people are idiots. Yeah, Shakespeare couldn't have written all these plays. Can't say Dami investigate me. No. No, leave him alone. He's just a statue. He can't defend himself. He's just a statue. Leave him alone. Yeah, I think Urinal is definitely an artwork though. I think Kurt Boss says no creativity went into it. Well, first we'd have to argue that creativity is needed to make an artwork. But second, maybe the creativity wasn't physical, but the creativity was of an other characteristic. To me, the best how do you say it? The best justification for as to why it's an artwork is Louise Norton. We talked about Louise Norton, and she says it here. Whether Mr. Mutt with his own hands made the fountain or not has no importance. He chose it. He took an ordinary article of life, placed it so that its useful significance disappeared under the new title and point of view, created a new thought for that object. So he didn't create a new object or whatever, he created a new thought for it. And it's the whole idea of that Duchamp elaborated on of like retinal art versus let's say intellectual art that appeals to the eye or art that appeals to the mind. Fountain appeals to the mind. It's a new thought for that object. It recontextualizes what the fountain is or what a urinal is, but most importantly, it makes you rethink what art is. And the fact that it makes you rethink what art is in itself a kind of engagement with the mind that, at least to me, is worth more than any kind of engagement that an artwork can have with your eyes. I care a lot more what the painting can do for my mind than what it can do for my eye. Marjorie says, define creativity. That's the thing, yeah. I'm sure that the statue behind me has not committed any war crimes. I will put my reputation on the line to defend this statue with all my might. I think Saint Dominic was actually Spanish. He wasn't French. But that statue is French for sure. Also, Sean's version, there is definitely art by your definition since it's been crafted by them. Papier mâché. Yeah, that thing right there is art. Fun conversations, but we always have these conversations. Eventually it'll be over. I've also talked this week, actually. I spoke I went on Tom Nicholas's Discord, which is always fun. And people were talking about free will, which is something I love talking about. I'm very suspicious of you to cover up his war crimes. What exact war crimes did he commit? We're talking about free will, and I've never made a segment about free will. but it's something I would like to do eventually. Maybe not today, because I'm not feeling as hyped up to talk about free will. But I do think it's such an important topic to debate, and I do think, and I do hope that one day, free will to commit war crimes. Paint was used to make the signature. It was, and I also painted white, the thing. It used to be like a newspaper, right? Free will in this economy? I know, right? No, I don't think, I think our will is monetized. You think we can just give our will for free like that? No, impossible. $2 a month will. No, God is actually the one who gives free will. Conor says our will is definitely monetized. There you go. I think that's right. That's good. That's a good way to put it. I think the only arguments for free will that make sense are A, that there's a God and he gave us free will. And that our soul, in French it's notre âme, that our soul is what gives us free will. Is the will comes from within, from our soul. But that makes no sense to me. It doesn't. Because I don't believe in God. And I don't think we should base our understanding of human choices and will. We shouldn't base it on the existence of a God. So if that's not the case, what are the other arguments? There's the arguments from instinct. So I feel like I have free will. I have the instinctive, I don't know how to say, like feeling of free will. But I feel like that's also a bad argument. There's a lot of feelings or instincts that, had they not been questioned, we would assume that they're right. For example, the fact that the Earth is flat is an instinct that we have, right? The fact that the horizon is flat makes us think that, you know, what we live on is a flat surface, which it isn't. We live on a sphere. We also have the instinct that the sun orbits around the Earth. It's an instinct because we see the sun rise and we see the sun sets. But that instinct is also wrong. So even if your arguments like bases itself on instinct, that instinct still needs to be based by something external to it. It can't rely on instinct alone. Conor is talking about church make great bookshops. Churches, yeah, a lot of churches here changed their function. I've in the discussion I had on free will, someone said that free will exists because without it, ethics wouldn't make sense. And ethics do make sense, therefore free will exists. Not the kind of argument that I really take seriously. Only problem with churches, Roby and Conor, they're great. They make for great buildings for, like, it can be museums, for art galleries, skate parks, as you said. The only problem is that, especially more in the north, where I'm from, for example, they're really, really expensive to heat. Extremely expensive, because they're old first, so they're not that well isolated, and second, they're really, really tall. That's a lot of space that you need to keep heated. Connor Core says, I'm surprised that the one near you is still going. My church, there's a lot. The average, I know the median age where I am is 56 years old. So if you're 55 years old, you're younger than the majority of the population. Older people tend to be more religious. So we have a lot of religious. I don't know how religious they actually are, but they go to church. Also, the older you are, the more bored you are, because not many of them have the internet. Not many of them have anything going on in their lives. Sadly, it's sad. And I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. But yeah, as I was saying, there's no arguments for free will, and I feel like until there is, because free will is a positive claim, then we have to assume, again, I think, that like every other thing in the universe, we abide by either laws of cause and effect, or causal laws, or causality, or some kind of randomness that maybe quantum mechanics can explain. But randomness or causality does not give freedom. Yeah, Schopenhauer, Kurtbos, had you're free to do as you will, but you're not free to choose what you will. Yeah, I think that's a quote by Schopenhauer, right? The whole idea that you can do what you want, but you can't choose what you want. So there's a freedom in the fact that you can do what you want, but there's a lack of freedom in the fact that you don't really choose what you want, and that's an argument that comes from Alex O'Connor from Cosmic Skeptic, or as Bally calls him, Alex Skeptic. Alex Skeptic has a video on free will, which I really admire, and it talks about how the way he approaches it is not through a scientific angle or anything. It's through the very basic, do you choose what you want? And if you think about it, you can't choose what you want. What you want is something that's beyond what you can control. If you want a very simple vanilla or chocolate ice cream, which one you want, let's say you want chocolate, you can't choose to want vanilla instead. It's not a choice, right? And it's applicable for many things. I think a lot of people in chat will know that their sexual orientation is not a choice either. You can't choose to want to you can't choose to want to have sexual preferences. It's just something that's there. God says, hi. Hello, God. We were just talking about you. I think some people don't like you in here. I'm sorry. Oh, you guys made God sad. But yeah, no, the fact that you can't control what you want is perhaps the best argument against free will. Because yeah, you do have a will, but you don't choose what that will wants. And every decision that you will make is going to be a competition of wants. Yeah, I can want to speed on the highway at 200 kilometers per hour, but there's also the want for freedom and not be caught by the police. Or the want of not just crashing and dying and killing people or killing yourself. So these wants compete, right? Which want do I want the most? To go 200 kilometers per hour, or to risk my life and the life of others? Or to some people who don't care about that, do I want to risk, perhaps maybe going to jail or losing my license? So yeah, you do want to go 200, but you don't. But that's because you want something else even more. And all your choices are a result of competing wants, of competing desires that you might not even be aware of. See, Kurt Boss says depends on blood alcohol volume for that choice. But again, that's another variable that comes into determining which want you're gonna, or which variables you're gonna consider more or less in determining what you want. But again, it's not up to you really. Lenore wants to fix God. You're not gonna fix God. I need fixing. The end caps are too far gone. I wanted to look into, that's something I wanted to look into. Natural rights for end caps. Fix them with fire. And I want to see, oh, there you go. We're gonna read. Let's do some learning. So, in the last segment that I uploaded on my last week, I said I'd like to learn more about natural law, and I had some criticisms of it already within that segment, or within that review of the video, saying that it really can't be objective. And that it really sounds like might makes right in terms of natural law. And I said, I'd like to learn more about it. So here's a little short article that we can read together on The Myth of Natural Law by Ian Maxarosa. It's on the Anarchist Library, which I always recommend. Story time about myth of natural law. All right. Hopefully, the end cap who was there last stream is still there in chat. I haven't banned him on Germinal. Hopefully he watches this. Sneaky Revenant says, I love the Anarchist Library. I also love the Anarchist Library. Natural law and the related natural rights play an important part in libertarian capitalist ideology. They are not alone in claiming that their particular ideology meets the law of nature. Hitler, for one, also did. So do numerous other demagogues, religious fanatics, and political philosophers. However, they like to claim that only their natural law is the real one. All the others are subjective impositions. But then again, so do all the others. We will ignore these assertions, they are not arguments, and concentrate on explaining why natural law in all its many forms is a myth. In addition, we will indicate its authoritarian implications. Firstly, Murray Rothbard claims that natural law theory rests on the insight that each entity has distinct and specific properties, a distinct nature, which can be investigated by man's reason. To put it bluntly, this form of analysis was originated by Aristotle and has not been used by science for over 300 years. Science investigates by experiment, creating theories to explain the facts experienced. Rothbard invents definitions, distinct natures, and then draws conclusions from them. Such a method was last used by the medieval church and is innocent of any scientific method. After defining certain natures, Rothbard starts to draw natural rights and laws from them. However, these are strange natural laws as they can be violated in nature. Natural laws, like the law of gravity, cannot be violated and therefore do not need enforcing. The natural laws that libertarian desires to enforce upon upon you have no such powers. They need to be enforced by humans and the institutions they create. Hence, libertarian natural laws are more akin to moral or legal laws. So why do libertarians use the terminology natural law? So that criticism, even though I've never really engaged with that kind of idea or debate, I did it during the stream. I was like, well, who enforces natural laws? Because if it needs to be enforced by humans or society or a broader authority, then it's not really natural anymore, right? It's enforced by humans, therefore it's human made. And I feel like it's a critique that makes sense, and that we should that should be identifiable very easily. That NCAPs perhaps should also be able to see like really quickly, but they don't. Let's continue. First, before we continue, I wanna read what you guys say. You did make a contract with him that he shut the fuck up forever. Yeah, and he's probably making like accepting that contract. Yeah, Aristotle had some cringe moments. One of the justifying factors for slavery was Aristotle for a while. Not that great. Let's continue. Simply, all right, so the question was, so why do libertarians use the terminology of natural law? Simply, it gives them the means by which to elevate their opinions, dogma, and prejudices to some metaphysical level where nobody will dare to criticize it or even think about it. It smacks of religion, where natural law has replaced God's law. In the latter case, it gives the priest power over the believers. In the later, the ideologist over the people he or she wants to rule. How can you be against a natural law? It's impossible. How can you argue against gravity? If private property, for example, is elevated to such a level, who dare argue against it? Ayn Rand listed having landlords and employers with the laws of nature. They are not similar. The first two are social relationships which have to be enforced by the state. The laws of nature, like gravity needing food, etc., are facts which do not need to be enforced. The use of natural law is an attempt to stop thinking, to restrict analysis, to force certain aspects of society off to the political agenda by giving them a divine, everlasting quality. Of course, in order to support natural law, the cultists must ignore reality. Ayn Rand claims that the source of man's rights is the law of identity. A is A and man is man. But Rand, like Rothbard, defines man as an entity of a specific kind, a irrational being. Therefore, she cannot account for irrational human behavior, such as those which violate natural laws, which are also products of our nature. To assert that they are not human means to assert A can be not A, thus attempting to deny the law of identity. Her ideology cannot even meet its own test. Is everybody following? Oh, Aiden Rollins is in chat. Hello, Aiden. Ayn Rand? Well, yeah, that's an ANCAP for you, libertarian. Oh, it's getting cold in here. Let me turn down the AC. I live in an attic, so it gets really, really warm on hot days. Right now, it's a bit too cold. What are we reading? Asked Aiden Rollins. I love Aiden Rollins. And because of that, we're reading The Myth of Natural Law. Because I said in the last stream that I wanted to read about it. I want to know more about natural law and its concept as an libertarian or anarcho-capitalist concept. And Margot's there as well. Hello, Margot. We're reading all together. We're having a lot of fun. We're bonding as we are reading. But natural law provides protection for individual rights from violation by the state.
Those against natural law desire total rule by the state. The second part is common libertarian attack. The second part is a common libertarian attack. Instead of addressing the issues, they accuse you of being a totalitarian or the less sinister statist. In this way, they hope to avoid discussing the issues raised. We can ignore the second part. Natural law has never stopped the rights of individuals from being violated by the state. They are as much use as a chocolate fire guard. I don't know what that means. They are as much use as a chocolate fire guard. If natural rights can protect you from the power of the state, the Nazis would not have been able to murder 6 million Jews. The only thing that stops the state from attacking individual rights is individual and social power, the ability and desire to protect yourself and what you consider to be right and fair. As the anarchist Rudolf Rocker noted, political or individual rights do not exist because they have been legally set down on a piece of paper, but only when they have become the ingrown habit of a people, and when any attempt to impair them will be met with the violent resistance of the populace. One compels respect from others when he knows how to defend his dignity as a human being. The people owe all the political rights and privileges which we enjoy today in greater or lesser measure, not to the goodwill of their governments, but to their own strength. Of course, if there are no natural rights, then the state has no right to take away your rights or murder you. You can object to state power without believing in natural law. No, we're not actually pro-slavery, Lenore, I'm sorry. All right, we'll continue. Why is natural law authoritarian? Rights, far from being fixed, are the product of social evolution and human action, thought, and emotions. What is acceptable now may become unacceptable in the future. Slavery, for example, was long considered natural. In fact, John Locke, the father of natural rights, was heavily involved in the slave trade. He made a fortune in violating a natural law. Many claimed slavery was a natural law. Few would say so now. The natural law cult desires to stop this evolutionary process and fix social life into what they think is good and right, and use a form of argument which tries to raise their ideology above critique or thought. This denies the fundamental nature of liberty, the ability to think for yourself. Mikhail Bakunin writes, "The liberty of man consists solely in this, that he obeys natural laws because he has himself recognized them as such, not because they have been externally imposed upon him by any extrinsic will whatever, divine or human, collective or individual." The case for liberty and a free society is that every individual is unique, that all can contribute something which no other individual has noticed or thought about. It is the interaction of individuals which allow individuals, society, social customs, and rights to evolve, change, and develop. Natural law, like the state, tries to arrest this evolution. It replaces individuality with cold dogma, placing the individual under yet another god, destroying critical thought with a new rulebook. In addition, as these natural laws are the product of humans, they must be applicable to all humanity. Hence, the natural law cult desires to see one moral code dominate society. All other codes must be, by definition, against nature. That the dogma of natural law was only invented a few hundred years ago in one part of the planet does not seem to bother them, nor the fact that for the vast majority of human existence, people have lived in societies which violate almost all aspects of their natural law. If natural law did exist, then all people would have discovered this true law years ago. As it is, the debate is still going on, with, for example, fascists and libertarians each claiming the laws of nature and sociobiology as their own. As we saw, fascists and libertarians can sometimes be quite interlinked. Oh, you won't be able to read what's under my face right now. I'm sorry. Let's continue with the last paragraph. But natural law was discovered, not invented. This truly shows the religious nature of the natural law cult. Let us take the law of gravity, for example. Newton did not discover the law of gravity, he invented a theory which explained the physical events experienced. Later, Einstein updated his theories into new theories which again try to explain physical reality. Unlike natural law, scientific laws are seen to be the products of human thought and can be updated and changed as our knowledge changes and grows. The natural law cult prides itself in that it is unchanging, being discovered centuries ago. No wonder that many natural law cultists support sociobiology, placing their laws into the genetic structure of humanity. As Murray Bookchin notes, sociobiology is suffocatingly rigid. It not only impedes action with the autocracy of a genic tyrant, but it closes the door to any action that is not biochemically defined by its own configuration. When freedom is nothing more than the recognition of necessity, we discover the gene's tyranny over the greater totality of life. When knowledge becomes dogma and few movements are more dogmatic than sociobiology, freedom is ultimately denied. Natural law, far from being the supporter of individual freedom, is one of its greatest enemies. By placing individual rights with man's nature, it creates an unchanging set of dogmas. Do we really know enough about humanity to dictate natural and universal laws applicable forever? Is this not a denial of critical thinking and so individual freedom? That was good. Was it not? I think I might, like, the only thing that I wasn't sure about is that the fact that moral codes can change from society to society. I agree with the fact that moral codes do change from society to society. But personally, I still believe, like, in being a utilitarian, I do believe that it is possible, not humanly possible, but in theory possible to determine, like, the like an objective morality. But the conclusion saying, you know, it's something that we need it needs to be flexible. We need to discuss about it. It's part of our individual freedom to try to attain, you know, this kind of laws that are not natural. There's liberty in determining moral laws as a collective, as individuals, instead of, you know, it being just nature. Is that it really, Lenore? You actually oh, let me put you guys back on screen. Sorry about that. Argument I levied against him. That statue is moving. I don't think it is. Her boss says you have a good reading voice. Thank you. Thank you very much. Always fun to read and learn together. I think yeah, my criticism of natural law are remain the same. I don't think this helped that much, honestly, but it did help it to show that it can be authoritarian, and the fact that it's very inflexible, and inflexible moral laws or moral codes can be damaging because they can't be doubted, they can't be discussed, right? Yeah, Grinning Guy says objective morality always reminds me of Sam Harris. Like, I from my understanding of Sam Harris's objective morality, it's that he believes that, you know, I think he's also utilitarian, so he believes that there is an objective way of calculating which actions and which policies and all that will do the most good and avoid the most bad. And in theory, that's true. But how good or how bad some things are will always be up to debate. there's perhaps like this metaphysical way of really calculating what's good and what's bad. But in terms, like with our human capacities, determining what's good or what's bad is impossible to calculate. So it needs to be debated. And the fact that yes, it might be possible to objectively determine what's good or what's bad, in the theoretical sense, but in the human sense, it will always be up to debate, I believe. And it's always better to, even if it was objective, right? I still think it's better to be up to debate, because when morality is up for debate, it legitimizes it through that process, right? If we adopt a moral code that's very, very inflexible and unquestionable, I might not adhere to it as easily as if it was questionable and I could actually engage with it, right? I hope that makes sense. Because to me, it makes a lot of sense. If I can engage, if I can push back on the moral code and see, and it allows me to understand it a bit more and to adhere to it, or have more reasons to adhere to it, instead of just blindly adhering to it just because it's the moral code. We should be very open to AI determining morality. Let's have AI determine morality. Nothing will go wrong. I think this is the first time Shower Thought DM comments, because I've never seen them before. And they choose that their first comment to be, Mr. Germinal wants to flex the moral code. Yeah, I want to flex the moral code. I mean, I think it's important to want to challenge it, at least in some aspects of it, right? I want to challenge the fact that murder is bad. I don't. Some things I understand why they're bad, but some things not necessarily, right? For example, for some people, it's morally bad to be queer. It's good to be able to push back on that, right? Maybe it is morally bad to be queer, but when you push back on it, the reasons as to why it's bad to be it's morally bad to be queer, it's bad to be morally queer. I'm morally queer. But the reason when you're able to push back on why is it morally bad to be queer, then you get the answers, and that's when you're able to actually see if it's morally bad or not. And the answers that you get are fucking trash. And that's when you're able to say, all right, well, we're changing what's moral now. That's what's been happening. Yeah, people in chat are morally queer. Hintik Plays says, how would anarchists resist / overthrow capitalism? I hate authoritarian regimes, just like any other guy, but I'm very pessimistic about the chances communes would be strong enough to work. Yeah, well, when we talk about resisting and overthrowing capitalism, I understand your pessimism, and it's good that you're pessimistic about communes being strong enough to work. Or it's even better to be pessimistic about authoritarianism springing from communes as well, right? I think that for it to work, I think there needs to be a revolutionary sentiment among people, which we don't have now. If tomorrow capitalism was to be overthrown or resisted, it can be resisted now. But if it was to be overthrown, capitalism is gone. It means of production, everything is communal. I think there is we are so alienated that we might not be really good at managing ourselves in a cooperative fashion. because we completely forgot how to be cooperative. I mean, a lot of people, at least. So yeah, there are chances that it wouldn't work. That's why I advocate for empowering communities. Resisting capitalism is part of building stronger communities together. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about how, you know, make your community strong and bonded together. And then from there, what you can do is create alternative structures to capitalism. For example, organize a grocery store, as I gave an example of a community here that did that organized a grocery store for their community, that's managed by the community, and that is managed on the trust, is based on trusting one another. You can do that with community gardens. You can do that, build kind of a network, a trust, and already like some kind of structure within the community, which if everybody's atomized individuals within the community, you can't have. Because if you overthrow capitalism and your community is solely atomized individuals, it might be, you know, I would understand why you'd be pessimistic to, you know, about communes working, because people don't know each other. People haven't built that coherence to make a commune work. You need that, and that's why I advocate, even though I don't believe an anarchist revolution is going to happen anytime soon, that you can resist with your community, and you can build side systems that are really, really cool, and as I've said at the beginning of the stream, build the new world in the shell of the old. Is that true, Lenore? Is that about Sam Harris? That's funny. What do you think of the surrealist trope of normal fellas with bird heads? Can I have an example of normal fellas with bird heads? Let's Google normal fellows with bird heads. No. Or just bird heads surrealism? Bird heads and surrealism. I did not know about that trope. Interesting. I'm looking at something. I don't even think. Is that would have been good for my latest video. Is that Max Ernst appropriating the anatomy lesson by Rembrandt and Olympia by Manet? Olympia by Manet. I didn't know about that trope. I'm sorry. And Shower Thought DM says, also, it makes me want to be more bi when people say gay is bad. What do you mean more bi? Are you already bi, but you want to be more bi when people say gay is bad? Does that mean because you're already bi and you're just going to be more bi? What does that mean? And if you mean that you're not bi, but it makes you want to be bi, maybe you are bi. Goodbye, Stacat. Thank you for joining in. For joining our stream. It was a lot of fun. Oh, you were talking about Isaac, not Sam Harris. Her boss says gay is a choice you make. Why would I care? The fact that some people think that being gay is a choice that's kind of funny. Person says, have you done anything on Gramsci yet? No, I have not. It's something I would like to do, but I would need to read more on Gramsci if I wanted to make a video on him. But it's something that, like, you mean on stream as a video essay? I would need a lot of time to do that. It would be in a while. If I was to do it on stream, I could maybe read something on Gramsci. That could be fun. It would definitely be worth it. I'm already bi, but I want to be like aggressively bi just to piss them off. Aggressively bi. How does one be aggressively bi? Be in a throuple with two people of different genders. My bi-ness up a notch. Let's see something. All my homies in chat are bi. Right. I was thinking maybe reading up on Gramsci because someone said it in chat. Oh, thank you, person. To talk. Yeah, his prison notebooks is what you have to go. What you have to go with, but it's not at least to me, kind of long. If I remember correctly. Is it long? I have here selections from the prison notebooks, and it's 846 PDF pages. Yeah, it is long. Everybody loves you when you're bi, and you love everybody. That's the most popular. That's the most important part. All right. I'll go to the bathroom really quick. You're getting a chair stream. You lucky bastards. And then we'll learn about maybe Gramsci. Let's learn about Gramsci. This person talked about Gramsci. We're gonna read the Wikipedia excerpt, and we're gonna read the philosophical works of Antonio Gramsci. I know Lenore likes especially the chair streams. Hold on a second. The stream is yours now. Hold on. The stream won't be yours. I'll go pee. You get this guy. He followed me downstairs. I'm sorry about that. He got camera shy probably. I don't know if he stayed there for a while. Did he? All right, chat went. Whoa, chat went crazy. Golden stream. Chat might benefit from being reupholstered. It's no. I keep it like that. It's a choice, okay? All right. 10 seconds and he left. All right. Poor guy. You guys bullied him out of there. All right. We're going to read this quickly. Antonio Gramsci. We're going to read the introduction. We will skip his life because we're not about the veneration of by idolizing his life, even though he was imprisoned, hence the prison notebooks. Maybe eventually we'll look into his life, but we'll also look into his philosophical work. If I have to choose between his life and philosophical work, we'll learn about his philosophical work. All right, we're gonna zoom in so that you guys don't have to squint to learn about Antonio Gramsci. All right, this is for a person who brought up Gramsci, so we're going to learn about him. So Antonio Francesco Gramsci was an Italian Marxist philosopher, journalist, linguist, writer, and politician. He wrote on philosophy, political theory, sociology, history, and linguistics. He was a founding member of and one-time leader of the Italian Communist Party. A vocal critic of Benito Mussolini and fascism, he was imprisoned in 1926, where he remained until his death in 1937. During his imprisonment, Gramsci wrote more than 30 notebooks and 3,000 pages of history and analysis. His prison notebooks are considered a highly original contribution to 20th century political theory. Gramsci drew insights from varying sources, not only other Marxists, but also thinkers such as Niccolò Machiavelli, Vilfredo Pareto, George Sorel, and Benedetto Croce. The notebooks cover a wide range of topics, including Italian history and nationalism, the French Revolution, fascism, Taylorism and Fordism, civil society, folklore, religion, and high and popular culture. Gramsci is best known for his theory of cultural hegemony, which describes how the state and ruling capitalist class, the bourgeoisie, use cultural institutions to maintain power in capitalist societies. The bourgeoisie, in Gramsci's view, develops a hegemonic culture using ideology, rather than violence, economic force, or coercion. Hegemonic culture propagates its own values and norms, so that they become the common sense values of all, and thus maintain the status quo. Cultural hegemony I had it earlier. Cultural hegemony, all right. Cultural hegemony is therefore used to maintain consent to the capitalist order rather than the use of force to maintain order. The cultural hegemony, this cultural hegemony is produced and reproduced by the dominant class through the institutions that form the superstructure. Gramsci also attempted to break from the economic determinism of traditional Marxist thought, and so is sometimes described as a neo-Marxist. He held a humanistic understanding of Marxism, seeing it as a philosophy of praxis and an absolute historicism that transcends traditional materialism and traditional idealism. How did I do? hegemon. Person can't say it either. Perfect. I'm not the only one. All right. For the philosophical work of Gramsci now. Gramsci was one of the most influential Marxist thinkers of the 20th century and a particular key thinker in the development of Western Marxism. He wrote more than 30 notes. All right, we've seen this. All right. So his theories, cultural hegemony as a means of maintaining and legitimizing the capitalist state, the need for popular workers' education to encourage development of intellectuals from the working class, an analysis of the modern capitalist state that distinguishes between political society, which dominates directly and coercively, and civil society, where leadership is constituted through consent, absolute historicism, a critique of economic determinism that opposes fatalistic interpretations of Marxism, a critique of philosophical materialism. Now we're going to talk about hegemony. Hegemony. You know what? We're going to talk about it. Let me just... Fuck it.
Hegemony.
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 Hegemony. All right. Fuck the British.
Hegemony.
Hegemony. God damn it.
Hegemony.
Hegemony. Hentic Play says, next challenge, spell bourgeoisie correctly. I'm French. French is a superpower. Not hard at all. Oh, fuck. No. Give me a better challenge next time. Bourgeoisie, bourgeois, prolétaire. All right. Only perk of being French, not gonna lie. All right. I can't escape this bigotry. the funny petit bourgeois. Like petit bourgeois means small bourgeois. But in English, people, instead of saying petit bourgeois, they say petty bourgeois. Like if the bourgeoisie was like petty, or the bourgeois was petty. Marjorie, you're not French. I don't believe you. I've had enough bigots in chat and liars and haters. Oui, there you go. That's exactly what someone who doesn't speak French would say. Bon, on va continuer. Prochaine fois, je lis l'article en français au complet. Juste pour vous punir. Hegemony. Hegemony was a term previously used by Marxists such as Vladimir Lenin to denote the political leadership of the working class in a democratic revolution. Gramsci greatly expanded this concept, developing an acute analysis of how the ruling capitalist class, the bourgeoisie, establishes and maintains its control. What made his analysis so cute? And it's bourgeoisie. Orthodox Marxism had predicted that socialist revolution was inevitable in capitalist societies. By the early 20th century, no such revolution had occurred in the most advanced nations. Rather, capitalism seemed more entrenched than ever. Capitalism, Gramsci suggested, maintained control not just through physical and political and economic coercion, but also through ideology. The bourgeoisie developed a hegemonic culture, which propagated its own values and norms so that they became the common sense values of all. People in the working class and other classes identified their own good with the good of the bourgeoisie and helped to maintain the status quo rather than revolting. To counter the notions that bourgeois values represented natural or normal values for society, the working class needed to develop a culture of its own. Lenin held that culture was ancillary to political objectives, but for Gramsci, it was fundamental to the attainment of power that cultural hegemony be achieved first. In Gramsci's view, a class cannot dominate in modern conditions by merely advancing its own narrow economic interests, neither can it dominate purely through force and coercion. Rather, it must exert intellectual and moral leadership and make alliances and compromises with a variety of forces. Gramsci calls this union of social forces a historic bloc, taking a term from George Sorel. This bloc forms the basis of consent to a certain social order, which produces and reproduces the hegemony of the dominant class through a nexus of institutions, social relations, and ideas. In this way, Gramsci's theory emphasized the importance of the political and ideological superstructure in both maintaining and fracturing relations of the economic base. Gramsci stated that, Was there a notification for subscribing? That's so fucking funny. I don't want that because I don't want it to be in the segment. It's because I changed instead of being stream for the canvas, it's stream for Germinal, and apparently there's like different settings for like notifications. Funny. And then all of you are Le hot dog. We're listening, we promise. You better be listening. I'm not doing this for anybody but you. Speaking of fake French in chat. Gramsci stated that bourgeois cultural values were tied to folklore, popular culture, and religion, and therefore much of his analysis of hegemonic culture is aimed at these. He was also impressed by the influence that the Catholic Church had and the care it had taken to prevent an excessive gap developing between the religion of the learned and that of the less educated. Gramsci saw Marxism as a marriage of the purely intellectual critique of religion found in Renaissance humanism and the elements of the Reformation that had appealed to the masses. For Gramsci, Marxism could supersede religion only if it met people's spiritual needs, and to do so, people would have to think of it as an expression of their own. This whole idea of hegemony and that, I feel like kind of ties into the idea of community building in a way of creating your own, creating a culture within your own community, but because it's a culture that is determined by that community, is a culture that might or has the potential to subvert the hegemonic culture or cultural hegemony. From what I understand, it gives people the opportunity to create a culture maybe outside of the influence of well, no, it can't be outside of the influence of capitalism, but less influenced by capitalism. I'm happy that we're all French now. It makes it easier. Intellectuals and education. Gramsci gave much thought to the role of intellectuals in society. He stated that all men are intellectuals and that all have intellectual and rational faculties, but not all men have the social function of intellectuals. He saw modern intellectuals not as talkers, but as practical-minded directors and organizers who produced hegemony through ideological apparatuses such as education and the media. Furthermore, he distinguished between a traditional intelligentsia, which sees itself wrongly as a class apart from society, and the thinking groups which every class produces from its own ranks, or organically. Such organic intellectuals do not simply describe social life in accordance with scientific rules, but instead articulate through the language of culture the feelings and experiences which the masses could not express for themselves. To Gramsci, it was the duty of organic intellectuals to speak to the obscured precepts of folk wisdom or common sense, senso comune, or their respective political spheres. These intellectuals would represent excluded social groups of a society, what Gramsci referred to as the subaltern. In line with Gramsci's theories of cultural hegemony, he argued that capitalist power needed to be challenged by building a counter-hegemony. By this, he meant that, as part of the war of position, the organic intellectuals and others within the working class need to develop alternative values and alternative ideology in contrast to bourgeois ideology. He argued that the reason this had not needed to happen in Russia was because the Russian ruling class did not have genuine cultural hegemony. So the Bolsheviks were able to carry out a war of maneuver. Maneuver? Is that how you say it in English? Maneuver? A war of maneuver, the 1917 revolution, relatively easily because ruling class hegemony had never been fully achieved. He believed that a final war of maneuver was only possible in the developed and advanced capitalist societies when the war of position had been won by the organic intellectuals and the working class building a counter-hegemony. The need to create a working class culture and a counter-hegemony relates to Gramsci's call for a kind of education that could develop working class intellectuals whose task was not to introduce Marxist ideology into the consciousness of the proletariat as a set of foreign notions, but to renovate the existing intellectual activity of the masses and make it natively critical of the status quo. His ideas about an education system for this purpose correspond with the notion of critical pedagogy and popular education as theorized and practiced in later decades by Paulo Freire in Brazil, have much in common with the thought of Francis Fanon. For this reason, partisans of adult and popular education consider Gramsci's writings and ideas important to this day. Which I really like this idea. The idea of like, you know, we are very critical. And when I say we, I mean anarchists. Very critical of the idea of like the intelligentsia, who could have become their own authority or their own class in a way. And there's a suspicion that we need to have with intellectuals, I believe, not about suspecting what they. I mean, you should always suspecting what they say and all that. But understanding that there might be privileges and there might be some class interests arising from the fact of being an intellectual. For example, the whole idea of that anarchists are very critical of, the whole idea of a vanguard party. In Animal Farm, which I made a video about, one of the ways that pigs justify their leadership is by saying that they are the intellectuals. They have the mental faculties which are necessary to lead or to manage society. And that can create hierarchy in itself. Not that being an intellectual is a bad thing. It's a good thing. And there is definitely a truth in saying that, you know, that intellectuals need to come from all classes, you know, in terms of talks about, you know, working class. But this kind of makes me be suspicious. These intellectuals would represent excluded social groups of a society. The idea that they can be represented by intellectuals is always something that's kind of I would say maybe frowned upon. But I really like the idea of creating a working class culture. Not in the sense of going into working class and proselytizing Marxism and talking about I don't know how they're being exploited and all that, but creating a culture with, you know, the understanding of Marxism, or like trying to reinterpret it, Marxism or Marxist critiques, which are not specific to Marx, right? It's critiques that people already understand. For example, in working class cultures, I mean, I guess it depends where, people don't like cops, and you don't need a theoretical framework to understand why you don't like cops. I mean, it helps for sure. Understanding why cops suck can be a good way of talking about the state and capitalism and all that. But people already don't like cops, and it can be this criticism of the police as an institution is already present and can be bona fide. It can be added to through systemic analysis. But understanding that's already there is already important. Is pretty important. That it's already part of the culture. You know, there's sometimes there's a lot of skepticism about the rich, about politicians that are already there. So it's just not coming from the outside and introducing new concepts and all that. It's adding to concepts that are already about in culture, in those cultures. Yeah, person said, I see that everywhere in my country. I believe in science, don't get me wrong, but academics are very often out of touch from the people they hold authority over. Yeah, if you remember my I talked about my tanky professor, the USSR defending Marxist, that was my professor for the politics of Marxism, my class in uni. He straight up believed that the left, the more left-leaning party that I was defending, which, by the way, or no, wait, let me show you. I want to show you its composition right now. So with 12 seats, which is it's the third party, the more leftist, it says Democratic Socialist, which would be right, is in, you know, it's almost the official opposition of the current conservative government. Oh, you can't see here. So they have 12 seats. The official opposition has 19, and the conservatives, I would call conservatives, have 89. He argued that this party, who now has 12 seats, but back when we were talking, they only had 3. He argued that they should just be openly communist and advocate for the end of capitalism. He studied Marxism his whole life. He went to the USSR to study socialism in the USSR. And I would attribute his notion that this party should be openly communist to being fucking out of touch with your average electorate. Because if that party said they were openly communist, it would be over, I think. People wouldn't be, oh yeah, they're communist. Let's look into their platform as of wanting to end capitalism. I think people would just dismiss them. All right, we're dismissing them. Who else are we voting for? But that's the example of an academic who's probably not in touch with people. I mean, I'm sure he would vote for the communist Quebec Solidaire, and many people around him would. But understanding people's ideas outside of his own circle might help a bit. Yeah, that's what I mean by out of touch. Kurt Boss says ruling class should be the slave class. And Person and Connor Core, with the right answer, says how about no slave class? Yeah, I think advocating for no slavery is good. Saying that slavery is bad is good. Antic Play says, how can we break cultural hegemony when it's completely entrenched? I had a lot of issues trying to make people materially focused when their whole perspective of life is through a race prism. I don't know what you mean by that, but I think a good way to have people maybe break with cultural hegemony is to create circles critical of dominant culture, hegemonic culture. Of course, if you're in, if you're in your circle of anarchist, non-binary cuties, I guess you're kind of breaking with cultural hegemony, but maybe not on a more, not in a how would I say this? Not in a very efficacious manner, but you still are, and you can maybe break down segments of cultural hegemony. Breaking down some values that seem like common sense with these people as you're able to all freely break down and critique cultural hegemony. But maybe a good way to do it with people who are not into your circle is to include people into your circle, or create circles where you can have these discussions. Hence the community building. Oh, Anarch says, hey everyone, Anarch here. He didn't say Anarch here, which is kind of disappointing. But he did say, hey everyone. He did 50% of his intro. Connor Core says, it's kind of why I prefer local communes. I think disengagement might be the only option. I don't think communes or focusing on your community is necessarily disengagement. You're trying to save the world, you're gonna burn yourself out. Focusing on your own community is not, at least I believe, not disengaging. It's pretty engaging, actually. It might be even more engaging than trying to save the world completely. If you're going for changing the United States and making the United States a collection of anarchist communes, you might not be doing much. But if you're actually doing it more on a local level, I believe that your impact might be more substantial, and therefore I think your engagement, if it's measured by its impact, might be more engaging, might be more effective on a community level. And Turbo says people are too stupid for total equality. Kurt says they see a lot of dumb people and they just want to follow. There are many answers, at least that I've encountered from anarchists to that objection. I think one of the convincing ones is like, are people stupid like intrinsically, or are they, is it a consequence of their material conditions? If people are stupid, and again we have to determine what stupidity is. Not as easy to let's say they're anarcho-capitalists. They come to those conclusions because of some material conditions that make them think those things. The whole idea is to empower people, and by empowering people, you're responsibilizing them. we empower people. Malatesta, I've quoted Malatesta like 2 or 3 times for that exact question. People are corrupted by capitalism. They're made dumb by capitalism. How can we trust them? And it's like, well, having to build community and engaging in community and resisting capitalism as a community kind of forces you to engage and be smart. Anarch says, nailed the tone. Oh, I practice it a lot, to be honest. It sounds like a joke, but it's not. Sorry, I'm just going to go like this since I'm hanging out with chat. Hey, everyone. Anarch here. I practice it with my partner. Yeah, I'm here. It's implied. Also, yeah, Lenore is giving some good answers, but also the fact that you have to engage with anarchist ideas, which would be inevitable in an anarchist community, kind of forces you. A lot of people are not engaged in any discussion, philosophical or political, or any discussion outside of their day-to-day routine, their work, their entertainment. But create communities where you actively discuss modes of resistance to capitalism through community building. And if already there, you're building like an engagement with philosophy, with politics, which maybe be a counter argument to the fact that they might be dumb. Just the fact that they're engaging with it kind of helps, develop that political and philosophical bent. Marjorie talks about Québec solidaire. We'll have a stream, a French stream eventually about Quebec, and we can talk about the politics of Quebec. Yeah, QS does make a lot of concessions, but I mean, yeah, as you said, it might be necessary. A lot of people here are francophobe. That's the thing. Yeah, exactly. Like for example, when we unionized my workplace, which was a bookstore in Montreal, some people were, depending on your definition, were kind of dumb. But the very process of unionizing the workplace revealed some class antagonism. Obviously, some people weren't happy about us unionizing. And those people, believe me, didn't have the same interests as the workers. And just that in itself was an engagement, discussing about unionization, discussing about our interest and the opposing interest of the boss who was actively working against unionization efforts. All of this forced some kind of some would say class consciousness, but like engagement with class politics. And by forcing people to engage with class politics, it's not forcing, but by encouraging or making them engage with class politics, of course it makes you more aware of it. And by some definitions, makes them less dumb. Again, we'd have to determine what makes someone dumb. Is it not being right about class politics? Is it not being aware of class politics? Is class politics even one of the reasons why people are dumb or not. I don't know. Also, yeah, like talking about universities, person says, talking about universities or just education in general, people are very educated, but you might say they're still dumb. It's because a lot of education is based on technical know-hows, on how to be, how to be a certain, usually for employment, basically. So you'll see people with master's degrees who are fucking dumb. And you're like, all right, that just means that people are dumb. If this person with a master's degree has never read a book in their lives, and I know people with master's degree who've never read books in their lives, aside from passages or, administration books for their master. If you believe that people are dumb because of that, or if that's one of the reasons, it's because education, at least in like systemic or systematic education, is not about educating people about like philosophy or like liberal education as we know it. It's more about, a technical education. Connor Core says, I wonder if I'm better off going to Quebec rather than France if I want to learn French. If you're a person of color, don't go to France. that's my recommendation. From there, if you want to learn French, yeah, I think Quebec is a good place. Maybe not Montreal. Montreal is very English. If you want to like a strong immersion, I would go in Quebec, in the region of Quebec. I think there's some places which have very strong accents, such as the one I'm in, but people are really nice about it. People are really nice about people not learning French. Ballet learned a lot of their French here in Gaspésie. Marjorie says there's a riposte socialiste at Quebec who are trying to make an actual party. Well, they have some fringe opinions about anarchists. That's what I've seen. Specialization is designed to keep even highly educated people disempowered. Yes. Antic Play says, Germinal, are you on Twitter? Hell no. Will never be. I don't understand the need for it. I've talked about Twitter once, and I was with Anarch. Might be in chat. And I don't like the performativeness of it. People say that the problem with Twitter is the fact that it's like it has a limited character. I don't think that's the case. I think limited characters, like they might be part of the problem, but I think the real problem is that it's performative. You're doing it for other people to see and to retweet and to do heart. Is it like? Do you like tweets? Do you love tweets? So people like, I know retweet. So you do it. A lot of the answers that you're doing is to get, to get for owns, right? You're trying to own people. You're trying to get the retweets. You're trying to ratio them, right? It's very performative. On our courses, I'm very, very white. All right. France could work. POC in France. Ouch. Truth bomb. Desi Encom. Have never seen you in chat. But you're agreeing with me. The first time I see you in chat, it means, and you're agreeing with me, it means I like you. All right, let's continue on Gramsci. We still have a couple of yeah, there you go. We'll continue, and we'll take breaks between the ideas and hang out. Take little breaks. Antic Plays says, interesting view about Twitter. For me, it introduces a lot of information that wasn't public knowledge through traditional media, especially about the occupation. Yeah, no, for sure. There's definitely some good about Twitter, right? I'm not gonna say that it isn't. A lot of people are there I imagine are there for the drama, for the owns, for the retweets, for the ratios. But I'm sure there's good information as well on there. All right. On continue. Continuons notre lecture des concepts d'Antonio Gramsci. Okay. State and civil society. Gramsci's theory of hegemony is tied to his conception of the capitalist state. Gramsci does not understand the state in the narrow sense of the government. Instead, he divides it between political society, the police, the army, legal system, etc., the arena of political institutions and legal constitutional control, and civil society, the family, the education system, trade unions, etc. Commonly seen as the private or non-state sphere, which mediates between the state and the economy. However, he stresses that the division is purely conceptual and that the two often overlap in reality. Gramsci claims the capitalist state rules through force plus consent. Political society is the realm of force, and civil society is the realm of consent. Gramsci prefers that under modern capitalism, the bourgeoisie can maintain its economic control by allowing certain demands made by trade unions and mass political parties within civil society to be met by the political sphere. Thus, the bourgeoisie engages in passive revolution by going beyond its immediate economic interests and allowing the forms of its hegemony to change. Gramsci posits that movements such as reformism and fascism, as well as the scientific management and assembly line methods of Frederick Taylor and Henry Ford, respectively, are examples of this. Drawing from Machiavelli, he argues that the modern prince, the Revolutionary Party, is the force that will allow the working class to develop organic intellectuals and an alternative hegemony within civil society. What do we think of the modern prince or the Revolutionary Party? What do people think of Machiavelli? Yeah, a very anarchist view of the state, says Anarch. What about the modern prince? That's something anarchists advocate for. For Gramsci, the complex nature of modern civil society means that a war position carried out by revolutionaries through political agitation, the trade unions' advancement of proletarian culture, and other ways to create an opposing civil society was necessary alongside a war of manœuvre, a direct revolution, in order to have a successful revolution without danger of a counter-revolution or degeneration. Despite his claim that the lines between the two may be blurred, Gramsci rejects the state worship that results from equating political society with civil society, as was done by the Jacobins and fascists. He believes that the proletariat's historical task is to create a regulated society, where political society is diminished and civil society is expanded. He defines the withering away of the state as the full development of civil society's ability to regulate itself. So, classic Marxist stuff. I'm always interested in what Anarch says. He's an authority on theory. I suppose it depends on the structure of the party. If he means a vanguard operating under democratic centralism, no. If he means a mass proletarian party, sure. Yeah. I like a lot of these ideas, for sure. Anarch authority. The only problem that I see is the whole idea of a modern prince through the Revolutionary Party. But I do love the idea of creating, and we've seen that before, creating not only a direct revolution, but using counterculture hegemony, like create a different cultural hegemony from the working class to as a basis for when direct revolution happens, right? And I feel like in terms of prefigurative politics, especially with like anarchists, the whole idea of building the new world instead of the old, the idea that once the revolution arrives, you want structures already established by communities to be what people fall onto once if there's a collapse of the capitalist order, right? I feel like this is it's similar. Anarch says, I like his ideas about the intelligentsia and capture of intellectuals. Yeah. We talked about that earlier. It was, I don't know if you were there, intellectuals and education, but we went on a rant after that. But we were talking about how we have to be still pretty always skeptical of the intelligentsia. And here I didn't like the formulation of these intellectuals represent excluded social groups out of a society. But maybe it's me not liking the whole idea of representation. I mean, maybe it's my very parliamentary understanding of representation. Also, the idea that the proletarian intelligentsia is not about bringing in like, for example, Marxist or leftist thought into proletarian culture, but using proletarian culture to bring about Marxism. I don't remember where it was. We already saw that, but it's something I really, really liked. And it's something that, I mean, we already probably articulating the class consciousness of the proletariat. Yeah. For example, when just this week I was talking to a neighbor who doesn't like cops. And they don't like cops for different reasons, but perhaps they don't articulate their criticism of cops as eloquently. And understanding that articulating their criticism of cops in a way that that makes it better understandable, because like a lot of people have this experience with cops, for example, that makes them already hate them, but it's only through their own subjective experience, and they don't necessarily have the words or the concepts to like to understand their criticism of cops. So often it sounds like they're criticizing cops only for their own personal benefit or their own protection in a way, which is also pretty which is also justifiable. But understanding, like adding a social element to it, understanding class politics through the existence of cops is something that can be born out of a conversation, not necessarily just imposed on the person, right? I don't know if that makes any sense. I hope that makes sense. It comes out organically. Person says, how do you guys feel about using the threat of oncoming recession to hasten the need for community building? I think that's completely fine. I've used it to organize a community garden. We've been talking. We haven't done it yet. I hope people will do it. I hope we will do it together. But I was talking to some people, some of my neighbors. I was like, yeah, cost of groceries are really, really expensive. Have you seen the cost of a tomato? Yeah. And it's like, wouldn't it be cool if we had like a shit ton of tomatoes, but we all took care of them and we could eat them whenever we wanted? It wouldn't be expensive. It's just labor intensive, but it's not that labor intensive. And especially if we get together, we're splitting the labor in whatever, in not that many people. We said we'd do it. Are we going to do it? That's another thing. But talking about how food is expensive and let's just do a community garden is definitely a good argument. It'll create bonds. It'll create trusts with your neighbors. Be like, hey, or chickens, a cooperative chicken coop. That's something I also wanted to do. I wanted to put chickens in my garage, but well, maybe it's not adapted to it. Maybe next year. Maybe next year we'll have chickens in the garage. A shit ton of chickens for the community. That's why I wanted them to put in my garage. But if I put them in my garage, I'll have to find another place for my Lamborghini. So that will have to a co-op coop. I'll just have to find another place for my Lamborghini, that's all. Person says it's not accelerationism or exploring the idea of whether fear-mongering is ever okay. I don't think it's fear-mongering. I think it's fine to say, hey, cost of groceries are more expensive, at least where I am. I imagine it's everywhere. But the cost of groceries is really expensive, and we could, save a bit if we like. I think what's more controversial there is to use like individual self-interest as an argument. But to me, it's not even it's a non-issue. The idea of like, it's not fear-mongering. If it already has like, if it's already like a preoccupation or an anxiety for people, right? That to be able to afford for their groceries. Your Lamborghini's a bicycle, isn't it? You know what? I'm not privileged enough to live in a place where bicycles are somewhat useful. I can't share the road with a bicycle. I mean, I can, but it's pretty dangerous. As I said, I live on a fucking highway. So a bicycle isn't really, I wish it was. Yeah, there you go. Person, like if your loaf of bread has doubled in less than 2 years, and I feel like it's like that for a lot of people. Yeah, chicken coop, garden, or yeah, I don't know. Cook bread loaves all together. Connor Core says, I would imagine the issue of growing enough food in the Gaspésie would be the climate not giving you enough time. Actually, yeah, that's actually a problem. The climate really sucks here. Too cold to provide enough food. But people have done it in the past. People have done it for centuries in Gaspésie. Through agriculture. And if they've done it, why not us? They have we have particular species of, for example, tomatoes that are more resistant to cold. Potatoes are a big thing here as well. So yeah, I think it's a good thing. Talked about a lot about creating community bonds. That might be one way. So that, like, use the capitalist self-interested personality and use it to use it as a way to get people to get together and just so they can grow food. All right, let's finish this. Person said, yeah, a decentralized bakery would be really cool. I thought of doing that as well. Just like making bread is not hard. It's really not hard. And not expensive. You can do it. Everybody can do it. And it might be a good way to create community bonds. Like, yeah, like, oh, here, a loaf of bread, you're saving $4. Big deal, right? But it's creating community bonds. It's making people I don't know, cooperate. Connor Core says we should crowdfund you a greenhouse. I already have a greenhouse. It's just pretty small. All right, let's continue. Historicism. Like the early Marx, Gramsci was an emphatic proponent of historicism. In Gramsci's view, all meaning derives from the relation between human practical activity or praxis and the objective historical and social processes of which it is a part. Ideas cannot be understood outside their social and historical context, apart from their function and origin. The concepts by which we organize our knowledge of the world do not derive primarily from our relation to objects, but rather from the social relationships between the users of those concepts. As a result, there is no such thing as an unchanging human nature, but only historically variable social relationships. Furthermore, philosophy and science do not reflect a reality independent of man. Rather, a theory can be said to be true when, in any given historical situation, it expresses the real developmental trend of that situation. For the majority of Marxists, truth was truth no matter when and where it was known, and scientific knowledge, which included Marxism, accumulated historically as the advance of truth in this everyday sense. In this view, Marxism, or the Marxist theory of history and economics, did not belong to the illusory realm of the superstructure because it is a science. In contrast, Gramsci believed Marxism was true in a socially pragmatic sense, by articulating the class consciousness of the proletariat. Marxism expressed the truth of its times better than any other theory. This anti-scientistic and anti-positivist stance was indebted to the influence of Benedetto Croce. However, it should be underlined that Gramsci's absolute historicism broke with Croce's tendency to secure a metaphysical synthesis in historical destiny. Although Gramsci repudiates the charge, his historical account of truth has been criticized as a form of relativism. That's what I was getting the vibes of. I was getting the vibes of relativism. But also the whole idea that the revolution is inevitable and Marxism is a science is, to me, has never really stuck personally. Her boss says, I'm starting a bloodbath revolution, bathe in their blood. I understand your anger, Kurt Boss. I don't think this is... I'm not sure this is the best the best way to go about it. Relativism being, and as opposed to what? Relativism being different truths, or truth is not objective, it's relative. Which is, which can be problematic. It's rage. Everyone should be outraged. Yeah, but you should rage against systems. Raging against people doesn't give you much sympathy first, and can be contrary to our values. I mean, my values at least. I don't know if you have that. I wonder if it might be worth you going through Marx one day, pointing out where he went wrong. I don't know where I could say where Marx necessarily went wrong. Opposite of relativism, I think it's like positivism. Is that it? Not all genuine knowledge is either true by definition or positive. Is it absolutism? Objectivism. Yeah, objectivism. But the idea that truth is relative to like a way to like also put it is like moral relativism. Some people believe that, you know, morality can be relative to is relative to your culture or history or whatever society you're in. And some people will say that the truth is the same way. Anarch says, yeah, I guess the opposite would be objectivism, but objectivism was also the name of Ayn Rand's philosophy, so shrug. I mean, wasn't Ayn Rand an anarchist? I know. We actually mentioned Ayn Rand. We read a short text on, yeah, this one, The Myth of Natural Law, which kind of ties into the almost had it went from hey everyone to goodbye everyone. I'm out of here. Yeah, no, like yeah, it circles back to like the myth of natural law, right? Oh, natural law is objective, and but they're different concepts. There's a difference between saying something is objective and therefore we can't criticize it, and saying, all right, I believe this is objective, but I might be wrong about it and I can change my mind about it. If that makes sense. I'm sure there's like philosophical terms for it, but I'm not versed about it enough to educate you on the philosophical terms. I'm happy it makes sense. I'm not willing to say, though, that truth is relative. Of course not. I think truth is objective, and discussing about it gives us can bring us closer to finding out what the truth is. But it's not because it's objective that we can't question it or not talk about it, which was the criticism of natural law. Anarch says, yeah, I don't think the truth is relative unless we're talking about the truth of things that involve subjects. That's the thing. Like it depends on what you're talking about, and that's what I was. We were talking about objective morality earlier, and things like that. Like I do believe that there might be an objective morality in terms of, like, I'm a utilitarian, so I do believe there's an objective way of maximizing pleasure and diminishing pain. Through our actions and through what we want to do collectively. But the thing is, we will always need to discuss it, and it will never be objectively attainable because people, how much pain and how much pleasure each person will get from different actions and different consequences will depend on every person as well. There's a lot of variability, especially especially when we're talking about humans, that makes, like, objectively finding out what's best for us impossible. And as I've said earlier, we don't want it to be objectively, like, it can't be objectively figured out, because the fact that it's not objectively figurable and that we need to subjectively find out makes us engage with it. And through engaging with it, let's say we're talking about finding, like, moral laws or, like, just morality in general. By engaging with it, we kind of adhere to it as well, right? I'm going to repeat myself, but, like, testing the boundaries of morality makes it so that we can question it, even though we believe that there's an objective morality probably somewhere out there. We still need to test it to make sure that we have attained it, or we have come close to it. For example, being queer was not moral, and by testing that the fact that being queer is not moral, we're understanding why we believe it's why some people believe it's immoral. And when some people say, well, being queer is immoral because this and that, you realize that there's not that much logic behind the idea of being of it being immoral to be queer. So it's only by testing out morality that we can actually see if it's fine, if it's good, if it's moral. So morality is subjective in the sense that we need to all contribute to understand it, but it's not subjective in the fact that, all right, I think queer people, being queer is immoral, and you think queer people is moral, and we just can't figure it out because it's subjective, it's relative. I don't think it is. I think it's objectively clear that it's moral to be queer. It's something that we need to discuss. But maybe eventually some people will find a really good reason why it's unethical or immoral to be queer. And then we'll have to reevaluate everything. But until then, it's moral to be queer. As I've said earlier, I said we're morally queer in this chat. All right, let's finish this. We have two more and one a very short one. So, critique of economism. Economism. We'll go with economism. In a pre-prison article titled "The Revolution Against Das Kapital," Gramsci wrote that the October Revolution in Russia had invalidated the idea that socialist revolution had to await the full development of capitalist forces of production. Yikes. This reflected his view that Marxism was not a determinist philosophy. The principle of the causal primacy of the forces of production was a misconception of Marxism. Both economic changes and cultural changes are expressions of a basic historical process, and it is difficult to say which sphere has primacy over the other. The belief from the earliest years of the workers' movement that it would inevitably triumph due to historical laws was a product of the historical circumstances of an oppressed class restricted mainly to defensive action. This fatalistic doctrine must be abandoned as a hindrance once the working class becomes able to take the initiative. Because Marxism is a philosophy of praxis, it cannot rely on unseen historical laws as the agents of social change. History is defined by human praxis and therefore includes human will. Nonetheless, willpower cannot achieve anything it likes in any given situation. When the consciousness of the working class reaches the stage of development necessary for action, it will encounter historical circumstances that cannot be arbitrarily altered. It is not predetermined by historical inevitability as to which of several possible developments will take place as a result. This critique of economism also extended to that practiced by the syndicalists of the Italian trade unions. He believed that many trade unionists had settled for a reformist, gradualist approach and that they had refused to struggle on the political front in addition to the economic front. For Gramsci, much as the ruling class can look beyond its own immediate economic interests to reorganize the forms of its own hegemony, so must the working class present its own interests as congruous with the universal advancement of society. While Gramsci envisioned the trade unions as an organ of a counter-hegemonic force in a capitalist society, the trade union leaders simply saw these organizations as a means to improve conditions within the existing structure. Gramsci referred to the views of these trade unionists as vulgar economism, which he equated to covert reformism and even liberalism. I think we can agree with that as well. We can agree strongly with that. I have a friend who's a lawyer who works for a union around here, and he's a union counselor, I guess. And apparently, at the union, everybody calls themselves comrades. Apparently, it's like a tradition, but he's no communist. He's no socialist. They still have that idea or that aesthetic, I guess. But yeah, at least to him, maybe not to everyone, but to him, the idea is to help workers in the immediate, and the whole fighting capitalism is a bit too esoteric, and it's not about not in the immediate. You're not saving anyone by fighting a losing battle against capitalism. That's like Gramsci would be right in that case. Criticize him in this context, right? Critique of materialism. By virtue of his belief that human history and collective praxis determine whether any philosophical question is meaningful or not, Gramsci's views run contrary to the metaphysical materialism and copy theory of perception advanced by Friedrich Engels and Lenin, though he does not explicitly state this. For Gramsci, Marxism does not deal with a reality that exists in and for itself, independent of humanity. The concept of an objective universe outside of human history and human praxis was analogous to belief in God. Gramsci defined objectivity in terms of a universal intersubjectivity to be established in a future communist society. Natural history was thus only meaningful in relation to human history. In his view, philosophical materialism resulted from a lack of critical thought and could not be said to oppose religious dogma and superstition. Despite this, Gramsci resigned himself to the existence of this arguably cruder form of Marxism. Marxism was a philosophy for the proletariat, a subaltern class, and thus could often only be expressed in the form of popular superstition and common sense. Nonetheless, it was necessary to effectively change the ideologies of the educated classes, and to do so, Marxists must present their philosophy in a more sophisticated guise and attempt to genuinely understand their opponent's views. We got it. We did it. We did it, folks. Greeting guys says I don't think we need to fight capitalism per se. We should be actively trying to bypass and replace it. Capitalists might see that as aggressive, though. It is like in a world where capitalism is has to take as much place as possible, right? It's encroaching as much as possible into everything. That's what capitalism needs to do. It needs to expand its markets. It needs to find places to extract value, to extract profit by any means necessary, right? So it needs to expand, and to insert itself in places where normally we might think it wouldn't, right? And developing alternatives kind of it opposes this goal of capitalism to insert itself everywhere, or to gain as much market as possible, right? If you try to bypass and replace capitalism by, for example, building your own community garden, you're not bypassing or replacing capitalism by doing that, but you're making it a you're taking away the purchasing. I'm tired. It's been 4 hours. I'm sorry. You already know what I mean. You already know what I'm saying. Capitalism wants to take all the place. If you try to bypass it or replace it or just have some alternative, you're taking some of that space. Capitalism doesn't like that. It goes against its interest. And therefore, you are fighting capitalism by, doing your own space. There you go. Person says, that was great. Thank you. No problem. No problem. We wanted to talk about Gramsci. We did. And we all learned, at least a little bit. I hope so. Applause. All right. It's been 4 hours. We talked about so many things, and we had a lot of fun doing it. And perhaps I will be streaming once again before next Sunday. Probably on here, maybe dual stream on Twitch as well, if that's a thing I can do. Twitch sounds fun. Until I get banned for doing something I didn't think was a bannable offense. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. But in any case, thank you so much for the stream. Had a lot of very interesting conversations. If you want to keep having those conversations, you can check out the Discord channel, which I will link right now. Hold on a second. Let me link them right now. There you go. Yeah, the link is often broken. I'm sorry. That one should work. So you can join there. Often people are continuing having the conversations on there. If not, there's you're on the channel right now, so you might as well like and subscribe if you haven't for some reason. And if you want to support me, there's patreon.com/thecanvas. So the patron for my main channel. Starts at $1. And aside from that, I think that's it for today. I will be posting the segments, some conversations that we had on the channel. So keep your eye out for it. I'll make some thumbnails with the reactions that we did together. That was a lot of fun. In any case, thank you very much. For the European people, good night, and for the people in America, have a nice day, nice evening, and I'll see you probably this week if you're up for it. All right. What's the ERA phase, Lenore? I don't know. Next stream. Tune in next stream for the ERA phase. If that's, as long as it's appropriate for YouTube. Thank you, everyone. All right. Goodbye.